Hello. Hope y'all can hear and maybe or see me. If so, please do let me know. Let me grab this doohickey here. Put that over there. And I'm going to take that doohickey. Minimize that. Move that. Expand that. Move that. Expand. I need to move shit off this desk. There. Move that down a smidge. Move that down a smidge. Hello. No intro music this time. We're just fucking hopping into it. Can everybody hear me and see me all right? Please let me know. That is looking like a yes in YouTube and a yes on Twitch. Excellent. Good evening. Hope you're all having a great night, great day, afternoon, whatever it may be. We are going to finish Malakai today, come hell or high water. And then with what remaining time we have, we are going to do Nemesis Crown hunting, which should be a lot of fun. So we'll get into that real quick. Let's switch over to this screen. How is everyone? How are you all? Has the Sky Lantern gotten more models? Pretty sure the answer is no. No alerts? Oh, there are no alerts? Hold on. I may have muted sound alerts like 1,000 years ago and forgot to turn them back on. Let's see. Sound alerts. I really need to add... Oh, whoops, sorry. They were turned off, but they're turned back on now. I really need to add a lot more of those. If y'all ever have like a cool idea for a sound alert or something like that, or there's one that y'all are like, you should do this one because it'd be really cool, please do let me know. Okay. So our goal today is to finish the Malakai storyline, which I'm pretty sure is the big scaven battle, which we are working on. And then we're just gonna be hunting the Nemesis Crown a bunch. How does the AP Grudge work now? So the AP Grudge is one of the big grudges. So it's Carrick 8 Peaks, which is a legendary grudge, which is to wipe out Queek Headtaker and Skarsnik's factions, and to make sure that a dwarf faction controls Carrick 8 Peaks. Belagar does still have his own personal grudges, where he has to like defeat the two of them in a certain number of battles and stuff like that, like to really like, you know, punch him in the face. Yeah. So last time we had to leave very suddenly because I had a family incident. I wouldn't say emergency. I feel like that's too severe of a term. But there was a family matter I had to deal with very suddenly, which forced me to leave the stream rather quickly. But yeah, so we're just gonna do our best to kind of wrap this up, and then we're just gonna hunt the Nemesis Crown for a bunch. Am I streaming on Twitch? Yeah, I am. Good. Godzilla, thanks so much for the tip, my dude.
Godzilla 2021 donated $5. In 3 days we'll have the best waifu, a goth dummy mommy who loves gunpowder.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if she's the best waifu, but she's certainly a good waifu. A little old. She technically qualifies as a hag, I think. For those that are affectionately aware of how certain communities use that term, which I always find very funny, because she's actually much older than anybody thinks she is. Like Elspeth is in like the hundreds of years old, not the decades years old. She's been around quite some time. Because wizards cheat. They don't They don't live like us mere mortals. But she in particular cheats quite big time. Psychotic Lorazarus. Y'all like the thumbnail? That made me laugh. Yeah, skeleton. Oh yeah, get fucked, Daniel. This garrison will tolerate you no longer. No longer. And because of we took care of the Thagaraki Menace Grudge, we get the ability to summon miners onto battlefields now. So to Daniel we say, get fucked. Be gone, filth. The Chaos Menace shall threaten our northern shores no longer. Is Elspeth an Electric Count? No, but she represents one of the Electric Counts. Fanatical Link's not up yet? No, because nobody could pre-order yet. Creative Assembly has not made a pre-order yet, so I can't give you a Fanatical Link for something that you can't buy. As soon as it goes live, though, hopefully, we'll have something there. Yeah.
Perpanix cheered. X100. Hi Satek. I'm curious, did you get Wilhamford to make those custom alerts for you? I recently found out he also helped us throughout for some mods like Victory Conditions Overhaul. Also, have you seen the vid where he does the voice of Thangpol?
Yes, I have. And yes, he is. And so basically the story there was Voice Snacks, also Will Hanford. He's known as Voice Snacks on YouTube. Almost immediately after Throt got released, he did a charity stream where he decided to basically, he played a Throt campaign on stream, and basically was just hanging out with people and chatting and all this stuff. And as part of the charity stream, he made it where if you donated a certain amount to the charity that he was supporting, that he would record some audio for you. So, and I'd already had some back and forth with him by this point, but I decided, I reached out to him and asked, would you be comfortable doing like a bunch of Steam alerts for me if I, did on this? And I think he would have been happy to do it even if I hadn't. But, I wanted to make sure that it was a really positive interaction for everyone. So I donated a pretty significant amount of change to the charity that he was supporting. And so he was happy to do the... he was happy to record all the Steam alerts. In retrospect, I wish I had designed them differently. I love the alerts he made for the channel, but they're very long for alerts in retrospect, because at the time I had never commissioned alerts before, so I didn't really, I think in my head, have a good frame of reference for like how long or short a Twitch announcement should be. So the one that I ended up the ones that he recorded were a little long. That being said, it's fine. It's not a big deal. There's a really fun, unique flair to them. So yes, he did do those. He's wonderful. If you ever have the chance to talk to him, which I believe he's pretty darn easy to get a hold of. I could not recommend him enough for any voice acting work you might be doing, or just someone to reach out to and chat with. He's a sweetheart. All right. Belagar. Ooh, Belagar is going to face off with Scarbrand, huh? Alright, let's see if we can set up a trap. I'm going. The Scarbrand may be mighty, but he certainly isn't subtle.
Lord of the England.
You need a good enchanted item. Can I afford one?
X100. I like the lawn mower goes Shershi area of a boom Sherry.
Oh. I thought the bot was having a stroke, and then I see what you typed. It looks more like you were having a stroke. Thank you, Hammond. Lawnmower. You mean the Doomflayer?
What?
It would be super funny for someone to make an AU where it's like the Warhammer Fantasy world, but everyone's a lot more casual and like friendly with one another, and just seeing like how all the hilarious bullshit Skaven devices get reimagined as like things that they use for like nice domestic work. And all that crap.
2021 donated
Super
$5.
funny.
Feel like a damn drug addict waiting for the pre-orders to go live.
Yeah. Dude, it's very interesting to me that they've waited so long. Like, there's basically not going to be pre-orders at this rate. Like, I think the pre-orders, I feel quite confident now that the pre-orders are probably going to go live on Monday. So, like, the day before. So, it's actually been very funny to me how Creative Assembly, I don't know if they did it on purpose or whatever, or if it was just due to some background thing. But it's really funny to me that normally the dialogue is like, remember guys, don't pre-order, wait for it to come out. And Creative Assembly's like, how about we don't even let you pre-order? we just force you to buy it like everyone else. Or buy it the day up. Like, you don't even get to pre-order. Alright, we have to fight this. Scarbrand has been an unstoppable tyrant in the south. But now, a true worthy opponent, a hero among the Dawi, has arrived. It's time to put down this brute once and for all. No longer shall he terrorize the Badlands. Our Dragon Slayer is about to upgrade to Demon Slayer. What? Oh, dude, look at this perfect positioning. Look how good this ambush is.
Hey, Satek, can you hear that helicopter outside?
Oh, the bot countered you. Look how good this is. We just have like this perfect position. Wow, this is like an actual ideal ambush where I have these little like hills to rain hell down upon them. I think it's actually going to be better to come at them from this angle. This is sexy. That being said, I think it's going to be... Yeah, I think this angle is going to be better. We're going to want the cannons, though, where they can actually see down. And we're going to start them on Grape Shot, because the enemy's basically going to be in range almost immediately. And then our organ guns can go a little bit on the higher hill. And then Iron Breakers will form a line. Bookmans will reinforce. We're gonna have the Giant Slayers hold the high ground up. We're gonna have the Giant Slayers and the Doomseekers hold the flank, along with our Dragon Slayer, just in case Scarbrand gets cheeky and comes right at us, which I think he will. So in that light, we should probably dedicate our Rangers to firing out from the forest. Belagar is also going to stand with them. Our Engineer will stand with our War Machines. Oh, he's got the Blunderbuss there, so never mind. He's probably going to stand... We'll have him hold on the hill.
Slayers! Slay 'em!
This is like literally the best case scenario for a Slayer. Like fucking Scarbrand.
_Hammond cheered. X100. Hi everyone, my name is Bot. I am ugly on the inside and I have a hard time reading.
She does. Her reading comprehension is not that great.
Biofoot 45 cheered. X100. Of course Scarbrand will be cheeky. His whole ass is out in that lion cloth.
You're not wrong. And then Hammerers will reinforce here. Alright, this is quite literally the battle to free the Badlands. from the influence of Khorne once and for all.
Barracks ready!
So, hold on to your butts. That's almost a level 50 Scarbrand. Oh my lord. I will say, I like that they've reworked these intensity meter abilities, like Slaughter and Carnage, or the, like the damage reflection on the Flying Bulls for the Chaos Dwarfs, or any of these abilities that have an intensity. They've changed it to where it's a meter that fills up now, instead of it like just being random numbers. I think that's a really good change. All right.
The clans unite!
It's time. It's time.
Take them down!
Open fire, boys! Do you have any chosen? Oh yeah, he does.
Warfish fire! We fired on your command!
Okay, Scarbrand is retreating, which I'm totally fine with.
Kill Urks!
Alright, Slayers, he's all yours. Malakai, head over to the main line.
Preparing body run!
Speed thrusters.
Right!
Fire torpedo! Oh shit, it missed. That's not good. Ow. Okay, easy on the grape shot.
Get him!
Summon miners to interrupt their attack. Runesmith, I want to make Scarbrand as slow as possible. Oh, did the summoned miners have blasting charges? That's nice. Okay, you lot with me. Summon in the gyrocopters.
Vengeance calls! Vengeance! Yes! Artillery ready! Sir! True king of air beats! Very well! Kazook! Pick your target well! Ready to fight!
Alright, Scarbrand is down.
Serpent Slayer! Kill Urks! Kill Urks! Plow through! Fight! Fight! Fly!
Looks like a decent amount of his units are actually retreating. But we're gonna get to kill a lot of the demons, so that'll be nice. I like how it still plays the scaven audio when they're like coming out of the ground. Well, pretty good massacre on our part.
Cannon! Act of vengeance! Begin! War of vengeance! Iron breakers! Nothing can stop us! Take them down!
Kill what we can, lads.
King! Understood, Lord! On!
Yeah, the DLC drops on Tuesday. That is correct.
Armed and ready!
Yep, this will be in all of your hands on Tuesday. Dude, the summoned miners don't degrade? It says they're supposed to, but they're definitely not.
Next cheered. X100. Dwarf things becoming more Scarven-like. Yes, yes.
Hammer us!
Oh, come on, guys. He's got like 100 health left. Yeah! Good. Toppled the shrine. That's important. What time on Tuesday? Assuming nothing bad happens, which granted is a bit of an assumption, but assuming nothing bad happens, it'll probably be around like
_prime cheered.
like
X100.
8 a.m. to 10
Hey,
a.m.
Lawmaster,
CST.
Is there a narrative campaign for the new lords in the realm of chaos map like previous lords?
Yes, but it's the exact same campaign as if it's just like Shadows of Change, right? So Shadows of Change and Thrones of Decay but have their narratives on both the Realms of Chaos map and the Immortal Empires map. But it's the same campaign on both.
Biofoot 45 cheered. X100. Wait a minute. Tuesday, day of choose. 2. Twin. Tail. Fish. It's going to be a classic bait and switch. It's going to be a Fishman DLC instead.
Ah, you figured it out! Yep, it's true. It's true. Everything I'm showing you isn't real. I'm not gonna lose Kimmery to that force. Are you kidding? Yep, everything I'm showing you is actually a fever dream. It's really, in truth, a Fishman DLC. Everything else you're seeing is fake. Do I like the new Grudge system? I like it, but it has some pretty glaring issues that need to be fixed. Because currently, right now, the Grudge system can be very punishing if you do anything that allows you to, like, see more of the map. Or if you confederate a minor dwarf faction. So, like, if you confederate, like, Barak Bar, or you confederate Kanakianern, or any of those other, like, you know, very straightforward, any of those, like, non-playable factions, it can have a really negative result on the, they can't throw blasting charges from the walls, can they? I don't think I've ever tried to do that. I'm just gonna experiment. What was I saying? So I like the new system a lot, but it's just got a couple issues, little bugs that need to be ironed out. So, like, if you do a quest battle, because your lord teleports to where that quest battle is, and then, like, teleports back, it technically exposes them to a different part of the map, which means that there will be, like, it'll essentially result in the in, like, punishments for you as the player, which is not great, because it makes it where the Age of Reckoning system starts tracking the grudges that are being inflicted on you by those other races. So, for instance, if you do a quest battle that teleport, like, let's say you're playing Belagar, right? And you do the quest battle for the Hammer of Angrand, which teleports you to near Karagate Peaks, and then you teleport back to where you were. Because you teleported to that brief area, it's going to start tracking all of the settlements and the factions around that area that you just went to, and it's going to start calculating how many grudges they're generating by non-dwarf factions owning dwarf settlements, which obviously you don't want. Oh, they can throw charges from the walls. Isn't that kind of cute? Obviously, though, you don't want that, because that means that it's going to be basically impossible for you to keep up with all the grudges you're generating, which is bad. Like, if you go watch my Thorgrim stream, which I'll make a video about this to come out tomorrow, but if you go watch my Thorgrim stream, you'll notice that I kind of start, like, being like, oh, I really feel like I can't accomplish nearly enough grudges to do anything. And the reason for that is that because I went and did Thorgrim's quest battles, the game was then tracking what I was doing, as far as was tracking my grudges for, like, all those other factions I met, which led to a lot of problems. So that needs to be fixed. They also need to fix the issue where if you confederate a minor dwarf faction, it ends up counting as if you have confederated a major dwarf faction. So all future potential efforts to confederate other factions become substantially more difficult. And then they also need to fix the issue where There's also like one more little minor issue it has. But as I said, I think these are fairly easy to fix issues. So I don't think they're like by any means the end of the world, and can be fixed relatively easily. It's just a matter of, you know, them getting the effort in. I highly doubt those will be fixed for 5.0, but I am hoping they will be fixed for 5.1. Nice. My goal is just to keep the door shut as long as I can.
Slay everything without a beard!
And those Chosen got messed up. You'll have to see it. Yeah, I think they're safe to come downstairs.
Dwarf warriors! We'll guard it!
You know, in theory, the Dawi and the Skaven should both be friends. They both like the underground, they both like precious gems, and they both hate Elgi. I feel like that is a gross oversimplification, but, you know, what do I know? Maybe if the Skaven would express a little more their hatred of elves, the two forces could, maybe they could possibly set aside their differences. Perhaps hating elves really was the friends we made along the way. You know?
Null_Captain_Hammond cheered. X100. Why do dwarfs say Zar? Do they hit the gong as they kill enemies? Rustus Tuntions. Bob Shortley. Buffalo Longbeards. Darktown Rock. Bumberclock Kazoo Guitar. Bloodcloth Agar.
Nolan, are you having a fucking stroke? Like, what are you even talking about, dude? Alright, he's almost through the gate, but we did manage to beat him up pretty good. Okay, he's not in range of the tower anymore, so let's bring these miners out over here. We've almost ground through this first unit of Chaos Warriors, so that's good. I'm kind of tempted to fall back. I wonder if I've got enough time. How fast is he grinding through this gate? No, we're not gonna have enough time. Actually, you know what? Let's leave behind one unit of Dwarf Warriors. Everyone else, I would like to fall back over here, because if we fall back over here, we can get the tower to help us, which would be very nice.
They have wronged us. Nothing can stop us.
So if we build up all these gates, we should funnel them along these two pathways. Favorite landmarks, gameplay / lore-wise? I mean, lore-wise, my favorite landmark building... My favorite landmark lore-wise is probably... that's tough. Probably... Okay, the good news is... Ooh, just a little further, guys. Just keep moving. Just keep moving. We're almost in range of this tower. Let's invite him down to fight us on turf that we're happy with. All right, let's fuck him up. Oh, good. The chariots are coming from the idiot direction, just like we hoped.
Warriors!
You know, for me personally, it's a bitch of a landmark to get because it's so far away from where you start. But I think, wow, they just are just walking through me. I think for me, it's probably the Shrine of Sotek landmark building that not a lot of people actually know about for Lizardman campaigns. Though actually, it may be exclusive to Tehenowin's campaign. But there's a Shrine of Sotek landmark you can get that's up on the Isthmus of Pahax. So it's up where Mazdamundi is, right on that like southwestern shoreline. And I just think it's a really cool landmark because it gives you like some really nice bonuses against Skaven faction wide. But like from a lore standpoint, it's my favorite because I just fucking love Sotek stuff. But it's interesting how far you have to travel to get it. Then for gameplay, as silly as it might seem, it's probably just because I've been playing Nurgle too much. But probably my favorite building is the gameplay-wise that I really like for Nurgle is the Nurgle building in what's it called? Pig Barter, because it gives regen to a lot of to your low tier bestial units, so like your plague toads and your rot flies, which just makes them like substantially more powerful and usable in just a lot of really nice scenarios, which I really enjoy, because it takes a unit that is normally kind of and like units that you kind of want to get rid of as fast as you can, and actually makes them into something much more viable. Those tend to be my favorite kind of landmark buildings. I really enjoy when landmark buildings, like, you have to, like, they're like in appropriate places and are referencing fun aspects of the lore, but B, they have a whole thing about how they like have a whole thing on how they take a unit that maybe you normally wouldn't use, or or you know, or kind of fall off in the campaign and upgrade them into something substantially better, which I really like that. Another building I really like is most of the Skaven clan headquarter buildings are pretty good because they tend to offer some fun incentives. Like Queek Headtaker's starting building for Clan Moors is actually pretty decent, in that it can offer you some really strong buffs for like chieftains, I think Storm Vermin and Clan Rats. But like the big Storm Vermin building for Tretch Craventail is really solid. That one makes Storm Vermin considerably better and gives them like all the Encourage aura, so that's really strong. So I really like those types of landmarks a lot. Well, Figs, I feel like a lot of people just say like Ithmus or like Ithmus, like they just leave the I out or the S out, and for some reason a part of my brain's like, no, you need to properly pronounce it. I don't know. My brain's just dumb. I don't know what to tell you. And thank you for all the super chats and bits, dudes. Cole Patterson, turning 21 this Monday. Oh, well, happy birthday, Cole. Happy birthday. I hope you're gonna have a great day, dude. Have any fun alcohol lore? I mean, other than like all of the really hilarious tidbit, or not hilarious, but like notable tidbits, when it comes to things like, when it comes to things like all the Kislevites really love their kvass, and for dwarfs, like beer brewing is like such a strong cultural thing that it's almost to the level of ridiculousness. We got Nollengrum! Alright, so we managed to pull off a maximum tier Age of Reckoning, which is super duper sexy. So that's cool. Yeah, I don't see a reason not to enter a new age. But hey, I'm proud of us for accomplishing a really big age like that. Oh, look at that! We summoned an army of Grudge settlers for 10 turns because we did so good. So we got a Grudge settler army, which is purely made of Grudge settlers and led by Hagenborg Grimson. 10 turns? Dude, that is more than enough for me. So what we can use him for is joining the chase down fight against Norska. So why don't you take the north route? That's gonna be really nice because that's gonna let me actually cut into the Norskin bush.
Take it for the High King.
Trying to think if there's anything like a particularly fun alcohol fact. Probably a really interesting one that a lot of people don't know is that greenskins do have their own form of brewing, which they make fungus brew, or sometimes it can be called fungus beer, but brew is a more accurate term. But the fungus brew of the greenskins, which is typically made by goblins, but not always, can function as an alcoholic beverage. Oh, you know what? No, I know. So, probably the best, in my opinion, one of the best alcohol facts in Warhammer Fantasy is that it is one of the most powerful bargaining chips in the entire setting with one particular race. There is one group of baddies, so to speak, who not baddies, but creatures that if you have a pretty notable amount of alcohol, you are able to enter a hell of a bargaining contract with them. And a lot of people don't really think about it or don't focus too much on it because they're just like, oh, you know, whatever. But the answer is giants, which I see Twitch chat was right on with a lot of people saying that. Giants love alcohol so much, like they are so deeply essentially addicted to it that they can be quite they can be full on negotiated with if you have copious amounts of alcohol as a bargaining chip, to the point that there are numerous times throughout the history of the old world where they have been bargained with by just like little villages, and the villages are able to work out like a partnership with them.
Grudges. Honor demands that you destroy the Empire.
Mr. Moore, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Wait, what did we just do? Oh, we pulled off a scaven scheme? I don't know what scaven scheme I just accomplished. Oh, kill enough people with thunder barges. Okay, cool. Nay, our thunder barges can self-heal now. Delightful. Alright. What do I still need to do for this? I still need to fight 5 Skaven, complete a dilemma chain, and kill Arcstorm. Alright. You... Good job, first. Second of all, you are heading to Galbaraz. You are needed. You're needed there, my lord. Let's get Dawi firepower. Carl Franz has 2 grudges. 2 grudges is like so hilariously small. That's like the equivalent of like, as Carl Franz was walking one day, he saw a dwarf and like nodded his head respectfully, and the dwarf was like, you know what? He did not nod his head far enough down. That's a grudging. Like 2 grudges is so like we've got like Norskin settlements that we're fighting against that have thousands of grudges, and you're like, but look at those 2.
Rune Lord of Garakazor.
You're the equivalent of that dwarf that would be like, but what about Franz? At like the local clan meeting, and all the dwarfs in the room would just groan and roll their eyes.
Go! What orders?
Cause fucking Alric won't shut up, son, is whining again.
Reckon it's time to upset him.
Like, he may technically be correct, but that doesn't make him any less annoying.
Set a clan and hold.
Wow, giants are just like my dad? Oh no. Oh no.
Using guild routes.
Oh no.
If you say so, beardling.
Alright, you're up. Your
I'll
job
get on it.
is to wipe out Daniel. That is your job.
Dishonored. What needs to be done? Eureka!
You're gonna go back to stealing technology,
Ready to do the guild's bidding.
because that's what you're good for.
To do then.
No, I'm gonna need the longship graveyard later. Whatever. We'll deal with it when we come. We'll deal with that issue when we come to it. All of this, I'm probably going to abandon. My goal right now is just to. Actually, instead of focusing Daniel, we should probably focus down Archaon because we really. Oh wait, this guy's over here. Okay, so you don't need to. Well, I mean, you can take care of those, and then he can knock out. Well, no, he's gonna swing that way anyway. So no, okay, yeah, you could just turn your attention to Daniel. Yeah, most of this we're gonna abandon because it's just like super hostile. Our goal is just to take it for the sake of stopping Archaon from having it. Cool. And then Belagar's taking the fight to the demons. Kadri, I don't know if he's gonna be able to trigger the dilemma. I hope he will, but we'll see what happens. We can make an outpost with the ice court. Sure, put it in Kislev. Allied units are always fun. Yep, we'll upgrade the one in the Caverns of Sotek so I can add some lizardman units to some of my armies because that just sounds fun. What single person / creature has the most grudges? That's a good question. The most grudges possessed by a single entity would probably... See, it's tricky because it would need to be someone who, like, causes a lot of problems for the dwarfs, but has also been around for a pretty reasonably long period of time. I don't think it would be one of, like, the super long-lived characters, as much as that might, like, naturally jump in your head of, like, oh, it should clearly be, like, the big bad of, like, it should be, like, Galrach or Kolak Suneater, one of those, but it's probably not. It's probably more like Skarsnik. Because he's been a thorn in the dwarf side for a surprisingly long time. And it's the level of the atrocities that he commits on such a horrifically regular basis that is just absolutely horrendous. But there's also the argument for like there are you could argue that it should instead be maybe like the likes of Nagash or like Kugoth Plaguefather, who is kind of like the first big demon baddie against the dwarfs, and has shown up like several times throughout their history to be a menace. But like we're never gonna have probably an official answer for that, because that's one of those things that will change depending on like an author or who you're looking at. And it could even be someone that you would never expect, right? It could even be like some bizarre unknown third party. But I would say it is most likely to probably be Skarsnik, or maybe Gorfang Rockgut. Gorfang Rockgut or Skarsnik are probably the two, because the thing about both of them is that they're well-known entities. They're very flashy in how they do things, So, like, the dwarfs always know that they're the ones responsible for whatever atrocities being committed. So they get entered into the book very, very often on a regular basis. And they've been around for a reasonably long time, and the levels of the atrocities that they commit is, like, just horrific. But I think that would be a very debatable issue. Rubber Rouser, hey, thanks for the super chat, my dude. I really appreciate it. Boop.
Awesome line Saurus cheered. X100. Looking forward to Lawmasters tomorrow.
Yeah!
I've missed it. Shame it's not about the 3 new LLs, but Old Dorf is cool too.
So
By
that'll...
the way, did you see the Q&A and do you have any thoughts on it?
So, yes, yeah, yes to everything. In answer to... So, we are going to start the Thrones of Decay Lorebeards starting next week. So, this week is obviously Altdorf. Next week, we will do a vote going into that week whether y'all want us to approach Thrones of Decay from a Empire, Dwarf, or Nurgle perspective. And we'll have a vote, and basically whatever the order of the vote is the order of the next 3 weeks worth of Lorebeards. So, like, 1 week we're going to talk about Nurgle, the next week we'll talk about Dwarfs, and the last week we'll talk about Empire. Mostly focusing on what has changed and updated about them, along with Thrones of Decay from, like, considering from a lore perspective, while also just, you know, having fun and exploring all that jazz. So hopefully that will be entertaining. Because I think that's going to be the overall goal. And then from there we'll probably be looking and then from, you know, we'll go from there for regular subjects. But for those that have been eagerly awaiting the Thrones of Decay stuff, we're going to be hopping into that pretty aggressively. So yeah, hopefully you're all looking forward to it.
Got that. The Urks will pay. I do. For the kid.
Bonk. I almost have enough oath gold.
I suppose so. I'm off.
For another big tick. Master of the Ancient Lore. This is so good. This is so nice of an ability. Every 5 seconds. So, if you're in combat for, if you get into combat, you lower your cooldowns for your runes by 5 seconds every 20 seconds. Like an additional 5 seconds every 20 seconds. Which is super sexy. That is really good if you're like me and you like Rune Lords a lot and want to be spamming that shit left and right. Let's do that. When Malekith's in so what Malekith did is terrible. Yes. And Malekith definitely deserves to have a notable chapter within the Book of Grudges. But you have to keep in mind that the dwarves do not necessarily know a whole lot about what specifically went down with Malekith, to the point of being able to really accurately, like, say, oh yeah, he should be in the book, and like, here's what he did, and yada yada. Like, I would say it's pretty reasonable to argue that the Dawi probably are not terribly well aware of what exactly all Malekith has done. And that a lot of that a lot of those sins they're gonna prescribe to the High Elves, not the Dark Elves. And it's not necessary, it might not even be because the dwarves like don't know. It could also be very much from a perspective of the dwarves saying it doesn't matter, that like what Malekith did was terrible, and because of that he shall be placed in the book. However,
Tyrion.
I don't want to be friends with any of these nerds. Because, though, I mean, to be fair, this campaign, we're not going to end up going after the elf Grudge.
Greetings.
So,
The Phoenix Court will, as you say.
yeah, we can be friends with the elves because we're not going to have we're not going to pursue the elf Grudge.
To be courteous,
because that is not the point of this campaign.
Cafe Eternal.
Well, I guess you're not a baddie to
Perhaps
anyone.
we can work together to achieve great efficiency.
Yeah, just give me money.
The dragon shall wake.
Who, by the light of the... Let the most prudent.
Inquisitor Thomas cheered.
Empire.
X100. Exterminate the hated LGs.
One day we will do a campaign where we do that very heavily.
There is a YouTuber called Get the Legit Week who started with reacting to the TWW trailers and got so inspired he ended up playing it and now plays it semi-regularly. On that topic, have you considered doing co-op campaigns with
Legit Weeb? Hold on. That actually has my attention. Is that this guy? Ah. Alright, I'll reach out to him. Oh, looks like it's like a crew. Yeah, sure, I'll reach out to him. That sounds interesting. I do like me VTubers.
Null_Captain_Hammond cheered. X100. I tagged you on Twitter the other day.
I have very vague recollection of this. Oh, God. Man, look at you, Franz. Taking over everything. Mariabert. Where's a good place to build? Does he have any... Altdorf. Eilhart. There we go. Yeah, sure. I think we could do that. We could reach out to them. Yeah, because I was chatting with Honey like yesterday or briefly during one of her streams, and would really like. I think we're gonna try and do some like mini painting streams together, which I think could be a lot of fun. Though I need to get the little thing I need to upgrade my camera. Because the software that I use for my camera to stream no longer works, but there's actually a way to fix it with a piece of hardware. It's just annoyingly expensive. But that's why I probably need to do a better job advertising my Throne account so people can buy it for me if they want to see painting streams. All right, let's kill a demon prince. Thank you for the bits, guys. Yeah, I'll check all that out. Teto Echo win. Probably not for a while, but oh, dude, they gave me a choke point. Oh, Baradon is super fucked. This guy is so fucked. Oh no.
Null_Captain_Hammond cheered. X100. His name is Zero. I retagged you so you don't have to scroll past 5 days.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Much obliged. I will definitely look into that after stream. Bro, these demons are about to get the ass whooping of a lifetime. An eternity, one might say. And like normally I'd be like, oh no, my Thunder Barge is so low on health, but then I remember we got the buff. So now if my Thunder Barge takes like 1 point of damage, it'll just immediately heal 20% of its max health. Because, haha. Because Malakai is crazy good.
No shoddy contraptions here. Let us a reckoning.
You don't actually have like a buff with this particular build we went with, do you? No, so you can just kind of stand off the side. And then for our rangers, we can just stack y'all immediately behind, and y'all are still on the low ground, so that's good. All right, let's kill some demons. Look at that! Instantly healed 20% of its health. Oh my good lord. Alright, cannons. Let's focus that Greater Demon. Organ Gun in 10 seconds is going to get a big buff to its range. And once that starts, we will do some more. Okay, let's actually take out that Skull Cannon.
Bladed Wind Shield.
Let's
X100.
torpedo this.
Let's see how many of them
Bloodthirster.
reach the front line.
Chunk! Oh my god, dude. That is so sexy. Just a quarter of its health, just... Really? Right in the middle of my Slayers? Rude. How about you slow all the way down? One down. Flash bomb! Alright, let's bring in the copters to deal with the skull cannon. I would like it to cease. Slayers! The Demon Prince! Kick his ass!
Yes! For the ancestors! Barracks ready! Hammerers! Killers! There's nothing I can't fix! Wyvern Whacker! No! No! Will do!
Bonk! So much damage!
Pick your targets well!
Yeah, they definitely need to fix the hitbox of the Thunderbard. It's a little funky to hit with artillery. Because, like, it seems like parts of the balloon don't count as being part of the model, so that'll need to be fixed. But that shouldn't, hopefully that'll be a relatively swift fix. Alright, I think the only thing that's going to escape is that one unit of cavalry. Everything else I'm pretty sure is just going to die.
Awesome Lionsaurus cheered. X100. It's 4:30 a.m. here, so I'm going to sneak back into bed and hopefully not wake the dragon as I do. Luckily, she sleeps pretty heavily, so should be fine. See you tomorrow for Lawmasters.
What is the dragon, your wife? Thank you very much for the bit. I really appreciate it. And also, Bladed Wind, thank you as well. Bonk. Alright, artillery. Let's wrap it up. Wrap. Can I twist the arm of CA to give us Tordric Hackheart? Tordric Hackheart would be... That would be a very curious discussion. Tordric is a little complicated because he fits a really... He's more complicated than he seems as a character. Because, like, Tordric is a character who you don't want without the ship. The Kraken ship. And I don't know if there'd really be a fun way to... Because it's not really the same as, like, the other Vampire Coast things. Because he doesn't have, like, a crew and all this other stuff, right? It's literally just, like... He's basically just a monster. Tordric Hackheart is the corrupted dwarf that crewed the Black Kraken in the Dreadfleet game. So he is a very heavily chaos mutated dwarf who sold his soul to the dark gods in exchange for knowledge that allowed him, he's from Zufbar, I think, originally, and he created essentially a living autonomous demon engine in the shape of a giant black kraken. So it's like a mechanical kraken thing, but it's actually alive, so to speak. However, you'd have to change a lot about his character to make him playable in Total War, because there's a lot of little notes about how, like, he can't leave the Black Kraken. He's, like, fused into it. So, like, he's one with the machine at this point. Hey, we got shield wall on our Ironbreakers. Hell to the yeah. Which, granted, like, I think most people would be fine with them changing it so that he is able to, you know, be a little bit more interactive, so to speak. Minus 5% upkeep for all units. Sure, I'll take that. Oh wait, no, I'd rather get a super item, I think, at this point. So let's just grab some other techs, because I can make something real sexy. So Belagar has an enchanted item slot open. So let's Horn of the Ancestors I don't really like on Belagar, because it's just like, oh, you can summon another ghost. What other big boys do we have running around? Let's see, where's Malakai? Malakai could use a really sexy piece of armor. But it feels kind of a waste to put these on him. Star Metal Plate actually I think could work pretty nice on him, because it gives them like a bunch of defenses against like range stuff, and then if they get close.
X100. Can you clear things up a bit for some people? He is a dwarf that worships the 4 chaos gods instead of a chaos dwarf,
yeah,
right?
True.
So many people still get that wrong so many times.
Yeah, so Tordric Hackhart he's technically not a chaos dwarf. He is a dwarf that fell to chaos. There is a very specific like note there that he is not here. You can have the Hammer of Spendir. However, I don't think it's necessarily like super inappropriate to make him into a Chaos Dwarf character, because he did work with the Chaos Dwarfs. So during the kind of notes about his character, there are notes that he did visit the Chaos Dwarfs, a port of theirs along the lower, the southern coastline, and it's not exactly clear what he and them did, but like there was some kind of exchange of like information or who knows what, but something happened. And they either like upgraded his ship or just kind of had like some kind of discussion with him, but some kind of exchange went down where he ended up working out some kind of relationship or scheme with the Chaos Dwarfs, and then he pieced out to go do his own stuff. So like the idea that he could be added to the Chaos Dwarf roster, I don't think is by any means like a horrific stretch. I think it could certainly be done. Now there is kind of the I do think it sort of opens up the idea of should it be done. I'll admit that I personally would prefer not to have him in the game, other than like as an event reference. I would much rather have like a Bull Centaur character added to the game. But that would also require like a unique character to be made by Games Workshop and or Creative Assembly working together, because Games Workshop quite explicitly said that the Bull Centaur character Shartor the Executioner is, they very specifically have said he's an AOS character, not a fantasy character, which I think is dumb, but it's what it is what it is. Because I am 100% sure that he was made for fantasy. He just didn't, the book that he was supposed to be released in just didn't get released in time. That being said, like, if Chaos Dwarfs got another character, which I don't necessarily think they will, but if they got one, I would personally want it to be a Bull Centaur Lord. Because I think that would offer, like, a genuinely very different experience. Because right now, you kind of have the, like, ultimate... I will say, I do wish that with, I wish that when it comes to Astrogoth Ironhand, I wish they had leaned a little bit more into the demon smithing side of him as a character, as opposed to, like, just the sorcerer element. Where, like, Astrogoth, I really wish he got, like, the Reforged skill and the abilities that let him, like, heal Bull Centaurs and, like the other unique skills that you see on the Demon Smith heroes. Because I feel like that would have allowed a little bit more separation between him and Astrogoth, him and Drazoth. Where with Drazoth, you have, like, the character who's really big into monsters and is really big into, like, he's a big sorcerer who also focuses on monsters. And then with Astrogoth, I would have liked it to be, he's the really big sorcerer who's also very heavily focused on Kadai. And they ended up making it more like Astrogoth is very heavily focused on, like, Bull Centaurs, which is fine because, like, he is like the leading high priest of Hashet, functionally. But yeah, I don't know. That's one of those things. Like, I wouldn't mind them kind of taking another crack at that. But all that to say, I would love for them to take another to come back to the Chaos Dwarfs at some point. Because at the very least, I would love to get the Chaos Siege Giant. Granted, the Chaos Siege Giant would be very easy to put in through just, like, another race. You know, like, it just comes along with one of, like, the Mono Gods, or it comes along with, like, Warriors of Chaos or something. It doesn't have to come for the Chaos Dwarfs, because there are other factions that would theoretically have it running around as well, even though it is a Chaos Dwarf thing. But we've seen that they've been pretty loosey-goosey with where a lot of the creatures are ending up, because they just allow them to share rosters now. Because, like, the Cockatrice and the Mutilith Vortex Beast, for instance, they're not Tzeentchian in their, like, original lore, and, like, the stories and stuff we have about them. They are undivided. Very, like, it's very explicit they're undivided. But Total War took them and wanted to use them in the, wanted to use them in a DLC, where they made them into, creatures that were available. So they decided to be like, fuck it, we'll just let them be, you know what, before we do this, this Chaos Attrition is brutal. See if I can get a Garrison Assault off. No, bummer. Yeah, I'm fine with that. We're just gonna keep hitting them where it hurts.
What do you want?
But anyway, hopefully that is somewhat moderately useful bits of information.
Null_Captain_Hammond cheered. X100. GW hears this and says, I second the notion. Instead of Shartor the Executioner, we shall name him Queef the Butcher.
Yeah, his name, to be fair, I don't think his name was very well crafted. I don't think Games Workshop thought about that one when they made it. They just sort of like, oh, we'll just slap a name on him and call it a day. Because I think if they had taken 2 seconds to be like, Shartor, oh, probably shouldn't call a character that unless we just want him to be like an absolute fucking joke. But to be fair, Games Workshop, in my opinion, is pretty shit at naming things. Because I think, personally, I believe that they should take a much more, like, like straightforward, carefully thought out approach to how they name characters instead of just like making memes at every opportunity. But I don't know if it's a British thing, but they just can't seem to help themselves. Like, they're like, oh, we could like actually put some nuance and clever thinking into what we named this character, or we could make a meme joke. And they're like, oh, well, we have to do the meme, obviously. It's like, but to be fair, when they made him as a character, I don't know if like sharding as like a concept was a particularly popular idea. I think it was, because I mean, Shartor probably was created in, see, his character probably would have been created during 2000 and probably around, like at the latest or earliest, at the earliest, probably like 2010, 2008, somewhere around that ballpark.
What needs to be done?
And also, to be fair, his name isn't literally Shartor, it's Shartor, because there's a apostrophe between that very critical R and T juncture.
The axe thirsts for war.
Oh, you are heading straight into a big old nasty Archaon thing, aren't you? Here, let's get you some more reinforcements, because you're gonna need them. All right. I think these are Archaon's last 3 settlements.
Vengeful Rune Lord.
So once we give them the Blamma Slamma, I believe that he will be defeated once and for all. Oh dang! I can get Longbeards in 1 turn. Hot damn! That is excellent global recruitment.
One rug.
Don't mind if I do. You need more melee units. Yeah, so you can't go wrong with Longbeards. I can get Iron Drakes and Bugman's Rangers and Longbeards in 1 turn of recruitment now. That's very nice.
What?
All right, our hero has arrived at the dilemma,
To do the guild's bidding.
and he can't
I'll
trigger
take
it.
the high road.
Oh, he sings now. That's fun. Great. Okay, so that means I need to send an actual lord there. So we can recruit a lord. Let's just grab Oldest Deepbrow here,
Let us begin.
and he can just make his way over there personally,
The throng agrees.
so that we can trigger the goddamn thing. Oh yeah, and this guy's just running deeper into Norska to help us.
Not forgiving your lot for Carrick Doom.
I am willing to... No. I thought about it, changed my mind. The sooner we put the demons and Archaon to death, the better. Is there still Ogre Mercenary recruitment? Yeah, it still exists as a mechanic, but it's really shit. It only allows you to recruit Ogre Bulls, which is really dumb. It should allow you to recruit a lot more.
Coming in clutch once again.
Oh, this is the Chad. Yeah, he really does come and save us. How is my game running so dang smooth? I have a very nice PC. I have a very nice PC. I think if you're in Twitch chat and you type exclamation mark PC, you should see my stuff. What's the difference now between organ guns and a grape shot cannon? A grape shot cannon fires like a cluster shot, so it's like 5 projectiles that go out from a center point. Whereas if you do the other ones, instead it is Oh, these runes are useless on this army. But whatever. I'd win. Organ guns are very, very accurate, fairly accurate, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, with pretty okay penetration, whereas the grape shot of the cannons is like 5 miniature cannonballs that go blah. So it's much more of a spread shot, but it deals a pretty obscene amount of damage. I would actually not be surprised if the grape shot is going to get debuffed fairly quick, because right now the damage on grape shot is just hilarious. Hilarious in like a frankly worrying war crime Geneva Convention way, not hilarious in like a haha this is so cute way. But but organ guns are still, they have slightly less penetration, but they have a significantly longer range though, for Malakai, because when you get the upgraded organ guns, your organ guns can like fire across like, it gets like at least a 20% range bonus. So you're firing across almost like the entire fucking map. Instead of like only the normal medium to short range buff. Furthermore, the organ gun, I would say they're gonna technically be better against different kinds of targets as well.
It is time. What? Master.
All right, he's got 1 settlement left.
I'll cast the runes. Aye.
Archaon is on the cusp of death.
Move.
And then we can just abandon all this chaos territory, because fuck chaos territory. It sucks. I don't want to be here. Okay. Belegar, I want you to go for Stormhinge. Galbaraz needs proper gates. Thoric. Oh man. Been a lot of Amber alerts tonight, which is a little worrying. Nowhere near me, but still kind of like spooky. I don't think I want Soonberg, but I guess I'll hold on to it. Okay, so we've cut Scarbrand's empire literally in half. So I think we'll send. We could send Thoric to wipe out Arcstorm over here, because Arcstorm is a problem that needs to be dealt with. So Thoric can march north, and Belegar can wipe out this little stretch of Scarbrand nonsense. Oh, this is Malakai's Demon Slayer. We almost have a full squad of level 50s. That is wild. Oh, well, you're an engineer, so you can make yourself useful. But there's scaven in them hills. Alright. Let's hop around a lot of main parts of our empire. We do have a couple of settlements we're going to end up needing to trade for. Like, we're going to want control of the Longship Graveyard, and we're also going to want control of the Tower of Krak at some point. Not going to be the easiest things to gain control of, though. Okay. Commandment. No. We're just gonna venerate the ancestors wherever there's chaos corruption. Jacob Brorman, does fighting Tomb Kings please Khorne? No blood. Yes, because the followers of Khorne will bleed. Because remember, the number one important quote when trying to determine what Khorne cares about is that Khorne's like key phrase is Khorne cares not from whence the blood flows.
No, at least.
So, as long as somebody's bleeding, he's happy. So if you're bleeding, great. If your enemy's bleeding, great. If a bunch of innocent third parties are bleeding because of you and your enemy's shenanigans, great. All of that is a positive in Khorne's book. Plus, there are still skulls to claim. And skulls are always welcome from worthy opponents, and Tomb Kings, on average, tend to be pretty terrifyingly worthy foes, because they're kind of some of the biggest baddies out there. Which is actually probably one of the funniest contentions, I think, between, like, just a random aside. One of the, I think, the most funny contentions that I've learned between me and Andy Law is that, I think me and Andy Law deeply disagree over the power level of Tomb Kings. Like, well, just Tomb Kings and Lich Priests, but especially Tomb Kings. My understanding of them has them being significantly more powerful than his understanding of them, which I find very funny. Not that either of us are wrong or right, it's just a matter of interpretation, but it's fun to, you know, it's always fun when you have differences of opinion pop up like that. Okay, Malefic should throw himself into a furnace here in a second. Because Archaon is now out of settlements. So that should give Malakai the all good to wander off. Do I have any leftover adventures here? Fight 5 battles against the Chaos Dwarves. Well, if I go fight this army, that'll count. So Malakai, though we do need to deal with this this Chaos army that's trying to walk away. Just to make absolutely sure that Archaon is dead.
It shall be done.
We gotta make damn sure that he's dead. Okay, the Southern Badlands under our control.
Lord of the Anglin.
Good.
True king.
I will say Response is, I've been playing quite a few campaigns, like kind of on my own time, hunting for Nemesis Crown stuff, which we're gonna do here on stream. But like in a surprisingly consistent amount of campaigns, Response is proving to be a very survivable AI faction. Like, she tends to take over Sartosa almost like every single time, which is very interesting to me. For anyone that cares about those kind of shenanigans.
This'll work.
Okay.
Follow at your peril.
So this allows us to close off this loop.
Everything was
So I've split Norska in half now.
What? Dishonest.
So now Balkrag
Seeker.
can track down Wulfric.
Gonna need a remember.
Because Wulfric is the last true threat in Norska, but he's just been running circles around Norska, so I haven't been able to catch him. Because he very conveniently manages to keep an entire fucking mountain range between me and him. But now I've got this guy
But that armor's heavy, eh?
to cut off the north route and come down. So we can have Balkrag come this direction, and then we'll have Hegenbor come this direction, and that should allow us to finally catch Wulfric and bring him down. Because, God, is he doing everything in his power to avoid me. Which is very annoying. Alright, and we can go ahead and abandon this entire province. Because I don't need to be there anymore. And I don't really have an interest in building up a giant fortress in the Chaos Space. I only took it so that Archaon would die. And then we will turn our attention and wipe out Daniel's last handful of settlements as well.
Can I help you? Ready.
You're gonna need more... What do you need more of? You could use some more great weapons. Let's grab you some Bugmans. And then some great weapons, and you should be good.
Work it.
Now just venerate the ancestors. Everywhere you can, venerate the ancestors.
You and whose army?
Sir Pescado, thank you very much for the super chats and all this stuff, guys. Once again, I appreciate all the support so very much. If you're, I'm trying to keep up with all the different kinds of chats. But in the event you're like, I really need him to read my comment, using like a super chat or something like that is a guaranteed way to get my attention, because those are very big and colorful. Assuming CA went back to the drawing board on DLC formats, what is your ideal next DLC? For me personally, I've already done a pretty in-depth video series about it, which you can find on my YouTube channel, under the playlist or just by typing it in. But I think for me personally, the next DLC I would do to keep up momentum and to keep people really excited would probably be either the Slaanesh DLC, or I would do the Vampiric Bloodlines DLC. I think Creative Assembly has hit on a winning formula. I really hope they don't completely pivot their plan and change everything. Well, okay, they're actually, no, I'm gonna rephrase that. I would do something very different, to try and keep the iron hot and really make the community feel like really exciting things are happening. And I think the best way to do that would be to release a piece of content very quickly, with this new piece of content really designed to like get the best possible springboard off of everything going on right now. So what I would do is that I would release a special character pack, like a unique special character pack. And what this special unique character pack does is that it will add a group of legendary lords and legendary heroes to a selection of races that just don't have enough content left to really justify like full-on DLCs. Like, don't justify like a Lord pack or like one of these, you know, a Throne of Decay type pack, but instead focusing on other matters. And for me, I think the primary candidates that I would use for that would be the Dark Elves, the Vampire. I would probably do the Dark Elves and the Dark Elves, Tzeentch, Kislev. Though actually, I don't. Kislev's tricky for me because like I feel like I want Kislev to get a free LC update, but I don't really feel like I need a DLC update to Kislev. Because like when it comes to Kislev, there are units I would like to have. But I don't really think there are characters I would really want. Okay, Archaon is dead. Oh, they got us our short victory. Nice. All right, no more Archaon. Thank the gods. He is not coming from the north ever again. So now I can purely focus my efforts on wiping out Daniel,
Lord of Clan Morgrim,
and the world will be safer for it. So just off the top of my head, definitely Dark Elves, definitely Tzeentch, debatably Kislev, though I'm not sure what I would actually do with Kislev, to be honest. Abandoned ship! I'll keep the Tower of Torment, though.
Master of Runecraft.
No, High Elves have another good selection of units you could still do. So that's the tricky part, right? Is that for this DLC, the reason I would recommend it as the next one is because it could have a super fast turnaround. Because all you'd be doing is creating like a selection of characters, as opposed to you'd be doing you'd have a lot of, you'd be unleashing a group of characters, but you would not be unleashing any new units, would be kind of the thing. Or like, if they did get a new unit, it'd be like one, or like a very small little unit. I feel like there's one more, and I'm just struggling to remember who it is. Tzeentch. Wood Elves. That's what it is. Wood Elves, Dark Elves, and Tzeentch are the ones that jump to my mind. Like Wood Elves, Dark Elves, and Tzeentch are all factions that I feel like do not need significant overhauls. And you would be able to focus on them, right? You would be able to update their mechanics and give them little tweaks and make them better, but they don't really need any new units. They just need characters. So like with Wood Elves, you could come out and say, okay, here you go. What is my strength rank? I'm strength rank 2. Kadak Kadrin is a little ahead of me, but I suspect I am making significantly more money per turn than he is. Yeah, so yeah, that's what I would do, because then you could come out and say, all right, so as part of this DLC so I would say, all right, if you buy this pack, which is split up into 3 parts, there's a Wood Elf part, a Dark Elf part, and a Tzeentch part. For the Tzeentch part, you get Egrim von Horseman as a legendary lord, who's added to the Tzeentch faction. He's kind of like your mortal-ish character equivalent to Tarmakon. He rides on a big bad chaos dragon, and you also get Galrach as a legendary hero for all of the appropriate chaos factions, where he's the big scary chaos dragon who also uses Tzeentch magic. So you get those two, with Egrim von Horseman having a major focus on mortal units, and he also has a like heavily upgraded cult mechanic, where his cults are significantly more powerful, and he's able to do more shenanigans about infiltrating various factions and manipulating them and stuff like that. Then next you would have Wood Elves, and Wood Elves would bring you Eroloth, the missing legendary lord from the 8th edition army book, and as a legendary hero they would give you like the god tier archer character Scarlock the Hunter. So you would get Scarlock as your big baddie or your big bad legendary hero who's like a super kick-ass uber archer. Then from there, for Dark Elves, I would probably do
For the wisdom of the layer, poets.
Oh my good god, I'm blanking on his name. I always blank on this dude's name. It is like consistently the most difficult name for me to remember, which makes me so irritated every time it happens.
Yes, laddie. Time for a reckoning.
Gary? No, I think a name like Gary I'd actually remember quite well because it'd be so silly. The executioner character. Oh my good god. His name, like I literally was doing work I think like 2 nights ago where I was doing something relevant to him as a character, and I just like always fucking forget his name. Like I just can't remember it. Yes, Talaris. God damn. So Talaris Dreadbringer I would do for the Dark Elf Legendary Lord, and he like takes like a very different aspect on the Cainite culture, where like with Hellebron it's all about like Death Knight and her rejuvenating herself and her having all these mechanics leading into focusing on like herself and rituals and stuff. But with Talaris you have much more of a focus on tracking down the various artifacts of Cain and having Cain like constantly whispering in his head, telling him to do things and who to kill and yada yada yada. And all of that builds up to its own little storyline. And then with the legendary hero there, you get Shadowblade, the Dark Elf assassin character who has technically been in the game since Warhammer 2, but they have not made him playable because reasons. So I would make Shadowblade the legendary hero you get for all the Dark Elf factions, and he's like the super hardcore badass assassin. And then as a free LC lord to come along with that DLC, I would also give the Wood Elves a bonus DLC or free LC lord of Nyeth the Prophetess. And Nyeth the Prophetess would be your purely wizard focused lord, who is, you know, a super caster. So that would give you 2 new legendary lords for the Wood Elves, 1 new legendary lord for the Dark Elves, 1 new legendary lord for Tzeentch, a new legendary hero for all 3 of them, and they're done. Like, they're done, forever done. Granted, you could fit a lot of really interesting reworks in there. For instance, I would heavily recommend, like the Dark Elves, you'd probably want to add some more improvements to the slave system. And you'd also probably want to take another whack at the Black Ark Fleet Masters and give them actually unique models so that the Black Ark Fleet Masters feel like unique characters instead of just sort of being there. You know, make Lokir Felhart like a, make him into essentially like a full-on Vampire Coast character, where he gets access to the Blessed Dread as a super ship that he's able to run around and act as like a Vampire Coast horde on and all that stuff. And like, so, you know, there's a lot of little cool things and additions and stuff that you would be able to add and go crazy on. So do all that. For the Wood Elves, you know, you would Wood Elves, I actually think, are in a really good place, to be honest. I don't think Wood Elves would need a significant amount of changes. They would probably be a fairly easy, straightforward thing to wrap up. Like you could probably, you know, fix a couple little various issues that they have. Maybe include like a concept that was introduced in the novels that hasn't really appeared yet, is like the Council of Beasts. So you could like maybe have Erloth have something to do with the Council of Beasts. Maybe lean a little bit more into Erloth's relationship with Lilith, so he has a little bit more Lilith stuff going on. Nyeth the Prophetess, of course, being like you have a character that's really heavily focused into you know, you could have her campaign kind of be more about trying to stop certain prophecies from coming true, so you get all like these little fun battles of trying to prevent future events from happening, and trying to like manipulate fate and all that shit, which I don't even know how you pull that off, but you know, I like the idea. But that's all to say that I don't think those factions really need any more like unique lords or like generic lords or units or characters. Like they're done. They really feel quite done. They definitely need some tweaks here and there. Like there are some systems you want to repair a little bit. You want to make like I said, the Black Ark Fleet Master unique. You want to add in the missing lords of magic for the Wood Elf sorceresses. You want to just take care of all those little things. But I don't think those factions really have full DLCs left in the canon anymore. Obviously they could still benefit from like different types of DLCs. So like one of the ideas that I tossed around that I really like is that when you do the Slanesh DLC,
Captain Hammond cheered. X100. I agree. I second the notion you proposed yesterday to giving Araloth a harem mechanic.
You said that, not me. Because Erloth is not Erloth is like the opposite of a harem character. Erloth is like, he's so horrendously down bad for Lilith that he like would refuse to consider or sleep with literally anybody else. Even though that would probably like be healthier for him. Because never trust an elf god. Elf gods are like duplicitous as fuck. So never trust an algae. Oh shoot. I needed money for this dilemma. and I don't have money for this dilemma. This is gonna go interestingly.
Inquisitor Thomas cheered. X100. Bad Hammond squirts with spray bottle.
Caravan detoured. A caravan from Grand Cathay has arrived, appearing to come in peace, despite the angry demeanor of its caravan master indicating otherwise. The red-faced envoy huffily speaks through a breathless interpreter, ranting about his intended destination, the besieged dwarf trade hub, where he has been sent to fetch a dragon's purchased goods. Having scouted the upright walking Ratman's blockade with horror and disbelief, he had no choice but to reroute his sparsely armed cavalcade to you. The situation may need to be handled delicately lest we cause a costly diplomatic incident. Well, I'm going to cause a diplomatic incident because I don't have any money. So interrogate them. Members of their cavalcade have seen the Skaven menace and have a measure of the blockade forces. Knowledge could be vital for the task at hand. Oh my god, you need money to get any of the good options. The irate caravan master is in no mood for questions, but snootily thanks you before returning to his coach with the haughty assumption you will be providing him with food and safe haven after his long journey. Anticipating such difficulties, you have already dispatched agents to start questioning other members of the caravan, and there are 2 possible leads to follow. Well, I guess we're doing the scout. The scout saw the enemy with his own eyes, but was deeply traumatized by what he saw. His information is only a tad more useful than useless. Great, we got absolutely nothing for that, because I'm poor. that turn. Sin Sinat. Sin. Is the dragon turtle a good idea for the fishmen? Probably not. I feel like a dragon turtle would be more at home and appropriate for Grand Cathay or a Nippon faction. I don't think it would fit in with the fishmen, because with the fishmen, you likely would not be leaning into a Eastern Oriental aesthetic. You'd probably be leaning in more to a Polynesian, Lovecraft, horror stories of the deep aesthetic, and I don't think the dragon turtle would really fit that theme. Granted, you could make it fit that theme by just making it, you know, exceptionally scary, but I don't think it would be a natural evolution. Y'all ready to see Wulfric get brought to task by the Slayer Legion? I am. Let's see. But anyway, so all that to say, if I were CA, my next DLC would be the character only series. Like, do character only, because the nice thing about that is they could have that out in like 2 or 3 months. Probably like 2 months, if that. Like, it could be a very fast turnaround. I would probably say 2 to 3 months. And then after that, you do, I would probably do after that the Slaanesh DLC, with Slaanesh, High Elves, and Norska. And then after that, I would probably do the Vampiric Bloodlines DLC, where you release a bunch of stuff for the different, vampiric bloodlines for the vampire counts. And then after that, I would probably do, like, Grand Cathay. Well, I mean, in a perfect world, after that, I would probably do, like, the Kingdoms of End race pack. And then after that, I would probably do a big DLC around, like, Ogre Kingdoms, Grand Cathay, and I don't know, somebody else. Somebody vaguely, like, somebody relevant in that ballpark, maybe End. And that's where you get, like, your Monkey King and all that other crazy shit. And yeah. Oh, Wulfric, you're gonna wait for reinforcements? Oh, honey. I'm gonna make you regret that decision. We hold this hill, lads! Go ahead and send the goblin you in. Could I see Nippon as a Kornite society? No. I would run... No. God, no. So many no's. So, respectfully, you would not want to, under any circumstances, you would not want to take a culture that is heavily inspired by a real world culture and make them chaos. That would not go over well. I think there would be some issues there. However, I would absolutely run with the idea that of the many ways that chaos attempts to threaten Nippon, one of the ways that chaos has managed to get its clutches into Nippon is perhaps through Khorne, the blood god, infecting certain aspects of Nipponese culture, such as their samurai culture. Having an idea of like, oh yeah, like there are certain folks who they get, you know, they start off with everything they're doing is honorable and it's all about honor and it's all about yada yada yada, but if they lose themselves, if they take it too far, then they've got the blood god kind of whispering in their ears, and very, very bad things have happened in the past because of that. And you could have some fun kind of notably mentioned big bads show up in that. Good job. You can fall back now. Now that we've lured them in. I guess they're just gonna fight.
It is a reckoning.
What about the Norse, the Vikings? To me, that's not I don't think that's the same, because it's a very like Western thing that has been heavily like cannibalized by a lot of fantasy groups, and also the Norskins are already in. And they've been in for a long time, but saying, hey, we made like a culture that is very heavily chaos influenced, and they're very heavily based on like the really ridiculous fantasy concept of Vikings. Like, yeah, we've done that in the past, and if they were to remake Norska, I don't think Norska would be what Norska is now. They'd probably be a lot more nuanced. But just because we've done something in the past doesn't mean that we should do it again. Especially like, you know, if you can do better, you should do better. Doesn't necessarily mean that you know, take everything that you've made in the past and throw it in the dumpster. If there are ways you can make it work, you can. Like, Norska is significantly more, Norska is not a culture. Like, it's based on a Viking trope, which Vikings are not like a people, it was like a profession, which is a note. And it takes from a lot of other like various sources, but it's a very heavily like mythologized thing that shows up in so many different fantasy verses. It's not even funny, where it's just like, oh, they're heavy metal Vikings. Unless you get into like the roleplay game and you start actually working on like the lore of the universe, where when you work on the lore of the universe, you actually find out that the Norskins are not a chaos culture. They are a culture that has learned to live within the shadow of chaos, way up in the north, but many aspects of their culture are not about chaos. And chaos in many ways cannibalized their culture, especially when you consider that Norska was originally a race of people who, or the Norsey tribes, were originally a race of people who got forced out by invaders. They used to live in what we now know as the Empire, and were the like, not the native folk, but they were pretty damn close to being the native folk, being having been there kind of the longest outside of the Balbani tribes. But when the tribes that we now know as like the Unburagans and the Tutagans and all of the tribes that make up the Empire showed up, they kicked the shit out of the Norsi and forced them out. They forced them north. And basically forced them into the deep north where they have to survive in a horrifically harsh environment, where they have to do, deal with some really, really nasty threats and all sorts of big evil monsters and things, and they've adapted to survive. But I also don't consider the Norskins evil. I consider the Warriors of Chaos to be evil, but I don't think the Norskins are evil. There are evil ones among them. Some of the tribes are really, really fucking nasty. But I don't think all of them are. Which, to me, is kind of the same of saying that, like, you could have elements of Nippon that have been very heavily influenced by chaos and have taken, like, an unfortunate turn. But Nippon also does not live in the shadow of chaos. Nippon's got, like, a really nice, well-guarded island out in the middle of the ocean, and is actually reasonably far from the shadow of chaos. So it wouldn't really make sense for them to have a super chaos heavy culture, especially when, like, you already have notable chaos influenced groups nearby, being the various tribes that live north of them along the Chaos Waste, and then also the Naga of Koresh, who are, like, right there. Is this legendary very hard? This is very hard, but we're very late into this campaign. This is very hard, but we're very late into this campaign, so our units are, like, grotesquely powerful. You think Throg is evil? I don't think Throg's evil. Throg is tragic. I don't think he's evil, though. Throg does not... Granted, the Total War version of him sucks. Total War really dropped the ball on Throg.
DLC, who would they be against?
Lizardman DLC, who would they be against? Whoever. I mean, CA has made some really bizarre matchups, like Dark Elves versus Skaven was a terrible matchup. But if I was doing Lizardmen for a finale, I would probably have them fight the Naga of Koresh if I could have anybody. If I could have anybody, I would want it to be the Naga. The Naga of Koresh, because there's a story there that's just begging to be told. All that to say, I got super off topic. Would I have Nippon be a chaos culture? No, because I don't think it would make sense within the universe. And I think that just wouldn't be interesting storytelling. I would have chaos cults in Nippon. Absolutely. There should be chaos cults anywhere there's humans. Humans are like one of the most susceptible races to chaos because of the way humanity is and the way humanity is built. Humanity has like some of the best potential against chaos, but they have the most potential with chaos, which is what forms kind of that interesting dichotomy. So in that sense, I would very much lean into that Nippon, is there. They've had a long history against chaos. They've dealt with chaos invasions. But among those chaos invasions, they've managed to come out on top. But they do have chaos cult problems. Whether that's you want to run with samurai culture and run with that, their whole obsession with combat and honor and all that stuff has led to Khornate cults, which I think would be completely reasonable and would make for some really fun storytelling as well. Throg, I don't think Throg's evil at all. Like, Throg is a character who is super fucking tragic, where you have a creature that was never supposed to have intelligence being gifted extreme, fairly high intelligence, and the ability to be very introspective and aware of the fact that he is utterly alone. Like, there is no one else in his entire species who can even talk, because they're so dumb. Like, he comes from the dumbest species on the face of the earth. A creature that is so absent-minded, so painfully stupid, that trolls will forget what they were doing in the midst of combat. Like, they have to be actively attacked by someone, like, shanking them constantly for the troll to be like, oh, somebody's stabbing me. I don't like that. I should probably do something about that. Which is, granted, that's the only limiting factor to trolls. Like, if trolls were intelligent, the world would be super fucked. Because trolls would be unstoppable. And Throg is a very lonely creature who any and every time he has ever even considered the idea of, like, meeting others, you know, like going out into the world and maybe, you know, making friends, so to speak, or trying to engage in dialogue with others, they just see a troll and go, oh god, kill it! And everyone that's ever heard about Throg or been made aware of his existence has attempted to hunt him down and murder him. So he's kind of had it with so-called civilization. Alright.
Engineer.
We've unlocked the Scaven battle. Legendary battle, the Scaven scheme. The scheme has been revealed. The Filthy Rat's blockade has been a distraction while a dreaded warpstone bomb was being planted in the mountain high above the trading hub, where its detonation would surely cause a devastating avalanche and a permanent end to this crucial trade route. For the sake of Dawi prosperity and the innocent dwarves who would perish there, you can wait no longer. An intervention of this magnitude would be a bold step towards your redemption. Y'all ready? Oh, dude, they would seal off the pass to Karak Azul. Yeah, that would actually be really bad. Do I prefer Fantasy, Age of Sigmar, or 40k lore more? Fantasy is my favorite. AOS is a very, very close second. And 40k is so far down in the dumpster, it's not even funny. I started going to other universes before I would even consider putting 40k on the list. Like, I'd be like, oh no, I'll take, like, Lord of the Rings, and maybe I'll even go over and, like, visit some of these other, like, fantasy universes I've read about. Yeah, 40k, just dumpster. Immediately bottom of the trash. Why are you giving Slayers armor? They hate that. It's not armor, it's very, very significantly metallic Slayer paint. Is it possible for a Slayer to be redeemed without dying? Theoretically, yes. In practice, probably not. It would be a very extreme scenario. Fanciful Bread. I would love to see Nagash for 2026. How do you think his DLC would go? Should it be included in the Bloodlines as the Widowmaker of the DLC? I talked about this last stream, 2 nights ago. So you could do Nagash as a lot of different things. You could do Nagash as a legendary lord, or you could do Nagash as a legendary hero. I think both are valid interpretations of the character. It's just a matter of how you want to work him. If your goal is to have Nagash introduced as a legendary lord, then he would need to be his own race. He would need to be the Undead Legions. Or like the Legions of Nagash. Like, he would have to be a completely unique race. With his own, like, unique tech tree and his own unique gimmicks and all this other stuff. And I would probably try to make him come in a versus pack where he is fighting somebody. Because I don't think there would be enough content to make, like, a big pack out of him. Like, he would only come with, like, 2 to 3 new units. But I would have Nagash come in as... If you make him a legendary lord, then you should make him come in as a big bad who is his own faction, and he starts off the campaign exceptionally weak without any of his legendary items. And your goal is you have to go do all this crazy shit to track down all of the notable legendary items, along with accomplishing several important battles to, like, bring him back up to full power. And as he's powering up through the campaign, he gains his artifacts back, and as he's, like, getting stronger, you gain the ability to confederate the other undead factions. So, like, you would just start off with him fairly weak, and only able to recruit probably very, very basic, like, vampire count models. Where, you know, he's, like, got, like, crypt ghouls and zombies and skeletons and stuff. But then as he powers up, he gets access to more kinds of units. And eventually you get the ability to start dominating and confederating like the Tomb Kings and the Vampire Counts and the Vampire Coast. And he's able to start confederating all of them. And as he does that, he gets access to their rosters and just gets stronger and stronger. So I would probably do a fusion.
Who do you think would come of these two? Tigerman of Indiana or the Naga of Kish, which has more potential?
Well, the Tigermen of End are a unit, whereas the Naga of Koresh are a race. So one of those is much easier to do than the other. And the Tigermen have also already appeared in Total War Warhammer throughout the Cathay caravan quest. You can get a dilemma where you run into the Tigermen of End, though they're like cloaked so you can't really see them. So I think the Tigermen of End are substantially more likely, but I hope we get both. But the Tigermen of End would just be... that would just be a part of the Kingdoms of End. That's not the race. It's just a unit within the race. The Kingdoms of End is mostly made up of humans. But there are beastmen-like creatures that live among them. Some of which being the Tigermen. But pretty much sounds like the popular Nagash mod. Yeah, probably not super different. But essentially, I would probably do a pseudo-fusion of like Daniel's mechanic, where like as he gets more powerful, he unlocks more and more units. And then Tarmakon's mechanic, where you have the various chieftains who you're able to empower and receive units from as well. I would probably do kind of a hybridization there, along with the ability to just confederate undead characters. Though you definitely would want to have like his probably like first thing he should be able to confederate very, very early would be Archon the Black. Anyway, so let's hop into this. I have not actually seen this. This is going to be the first time I've done this battle. So hopefully it'll be fun. Because to my understanding, this is like the big one. A deadly warpstone bomb sits precariously among the high peaks, surrounded by a tide of Skaven eager to see the destruction of a nearby Dawi hold. Racing against time, Malakai Makaisen has brought his army to bear upon the threat with a fleet of awe-striking thunder barges in tow. As time ticks onward, he can only hope his forces will handle the verminous wretches block his path, for the bomb must be dismantled before disaster can strike. This is... oh.
This doesn't look good. We got to get over there.
Is that the bomb? Oh my god!
Gotta smash through these guys so I can get to defusing.
Look how big that thing is!
Get going. Oh, and someone get me a drink. I need to steady my nerves.
What the fuck? That's not a bomb. That's like a meteor. What in God's name is this? Look at the size of this fucking thing. That's like a 60-foot tall pile of warpstone with a bomb on the top. Good God. Well, can't be having that now, can we?
I command the spirit of Grudge. No sorry contraptions here.
Okay, presumably I need to actually get over there.
Long beards.
So let's prepare ourselves to be mobile here.
Barracks ready. Cannon. Castle. Castle. Killers. Slayers. Thunderers. Bring them down.
Alright. So let's have... I'm just gonna put Malakai group 1 by himself.
Very nice.
We'll have the character squad be group 2. Flying units will be group 3. We can do the melee squad 4. Slayers can go with the Thunderers, and then the engineer will hang out with the war machines. Alright, looks good to me.
Why not? Flow! I can't promise you'll live. It's quite likely you'll die trying.
Malakai needs to defuse the fucking bomb.
command the spirit of Rudy.
Done!
Oh no!
Fire cannons! This is a thankless game if I've ever seen one. Well, funny enough, I'm curious how this quest battle is gonna go. Because if Ikit Claw shows up during this quest battle, then this will very likely essentially be the events of Thanquil's Doom, which is a really, really fun Black Library book. It's the finale of the Thanquil trilogy. Because the finale of the Thanquil trilogy actually features Thanquil facing off against Ikit Claw with a bunch of dwarfs involved. And a big part of that is that's actually the book where the warp bomb that the Doom Sphere, as it's known, was actually like came up. Get in there, Ulrika! Snorri! Malakai has reached the bomb. Keep him in place to defuse it. You got it.
They have wronged us. Go! Move now! Strike out!
It's a lot of rats. Mutated Skaven. Okay, so there's the Clan Mulder force. Well, this will be fun. It's gonna take 10 minutes to defuse the bomb. Oh my gosh. Hero squad, to the front line. Spirit of Grugni, I summon thee. Is that little cage the real bomb? I suspect it is the trigger. There's actually, this is probably the equivalent to like the basic bricks. There's actually a lot of types of bombs that require like essentially like a trigger. So like you'll have like a whole lot of the material that's gonna explode, but you'll have like a fairly small little thing that's the actual detonating device. And if you could stop the little device from going off, all of the like major stuff isn't gonna blow up.
War of vengeance.
Okay, if I remember right, the Spirit of Grugni does not take damage. Yeah, okay. So the Spirit of Grugni does not take damage when it's using its super speed, but my regular Thunder Barge does. So I want to be fairly judicious with that. Yeah, it's C4. Yeah, so I imagine this is like a bunch of C4 essentially, and then this is the detonator.
Cannon! Cannon! We stay put! Engineer! Yes! That's good! Very well!
Harpoon!
Gyro bomber! Move now! Surge! We are relentless! Nothing can stop us! Understood, Lord! Done! Go!
I hate Eshin units so much.
I'm in!
Ah!
Very well. If I must, Herr Jaeger!
All right then!
Activate everything!
Come!
Felix, protect Ulrika.
Fulfill our oaths and die! I'm guild approved! As a command! Yes, Lord!
All right, both the hell pits are dead.
My thirst, heeding the call. Darkness empower.
Having magic with dwarves is so fun.
Dragon Slayer! Take him down!
So far, so fine. I'm waiting for the other foot to drop. Or the other shoe to drop. More hell pits. Oh! Thunder barges to the rear! Copters!
Tyson!
You could face that way, sir.
Gyrocopter! Dragon Slayer!
Actually, Ulrika, do you want to charge over here since you're really fast?
War of Vengeance! Malakai Tyson!
Are my thunder barges upgraded? They must be, because they're firing some, like, giant shit now that they weren't shooting earlier.
For the ancestors!
Fuck you and your doom wheel.
Trucks away!
Those
Fire on the ball!
swarm vermin.
Seeking advantage. That will do.
Yes! Strike out!
Oh, and Eshin Triads.
Move now!
How lovely. Yeah, we got, like, flaming
Nothing can
shots now.
stop us. Hello, Thorgrim! Move! Alert! Charge! No!
Ulrika! I have
All right,
ordered
time to fight, my dear.
from undead. Feel the cold hands of death.
Wyvern Watcher! Bring them down!
All right, this fight's getting interesting now.
Slayers!
Ulrika!
Another one?
I shall bring their end.
Thunderous!
Where is my engineer? There you are. We're going to give them physical resistance. We're going to flash bomb them. We're going to buff them.
Tools! The next kill is ours! Gyro bomber! Dragon Slayer! Let the vengeance begin! All right! As you say! Thunderers! We'll guard it!
All set. All right. I suppose so.
Felix out there just dueling shit like a boss.
Doing it.
Fire! They have wronged us!
War. Yes. Darkness empower me. Death and ruin.
Engineer, let's get more ammo on the gyrocopters.
Charge!
Or the gyro bombers.
Nothing can stop us! Alert! Move now!
I don't like these assholes that keep on coming up behind me.
Get out!
It's not very nice.
We demand blood! Fast! Thunderers! Reloading! We'll guard it!
This is fucking...
Rage fast! Rage fast!
Go track, go support Felix, please.
Butcher its rings! them!
Reform the line!
Master Engineer! Ready! Gyro Bomber!
It is a reckoning! Kill orcs!
Fangs back! Manifest pain!
No, bring it on, bitch.
Death from undead! Feel the cold hands of death! By Urson's teeth! I shall bring their end!
Move! It is a reckoning! Let's start shooting! Longbeards! Strike out! Select target!
Back on cannons, lads!
Iron breakers! Iron rondos!
Readjust the line a bit here.
I command the spirit of jumps away! Go! Vengeance! Gyro Bomber! Flow! No!
The bomb is defused!
For the ancestor gods!
Is that the end?
Gyro Bomber! Gears of Zothmar! That's an order! Search!
Oh yeah, that looks like it's it.
Down! Yes!
Oh, that was a fun fight.
The Kaiser!
That's a fun scheme. Oh, my back. Skip it. Could a new Beastman DLC come with Moonclaw Beast Fiends? I don't think Beast Fiends will ever make it. I don't think Games Workshop considers Beast Fiends to be canon. Beast Fiends are one of those. Beast Fiends are a perfect example of, I think, something that someone posted on a wiki. All right, we did it. We finished the Skaven scheme. But Beast Fiends are one of those things that I feel that people see on a wiki and they go, wow, that's a really badass, like, canon thingamajigger. I really want to play with those, but that's not really what they are. They are, as for those wondering what they are, Beast Fiends are a concept introduced in the Archaon series. I think it's book 2, and which the Archaon series is a mess. It's fun in a self-contained bubble. It's really enjoyable, and it has some really cool parts that I think it's fair to apply to the canon. But it's definitely a non-canonical series in the sense that a lot of the ideas that it introduces just don't make sense at all with the wider canon. For instance, the most obvious example being that the version of Archaon you meet in the Archaon series only has a single eye. Like he has one normal eye, and then he has like a big chunk of warpstone that got impaled into his head where his other eye should be. So it's not our Archaon. It's a completely different Archaon. There are a lot of similarities between the two of them, and there are a lot of notes that I think you can take as factual. But in that Archaon series, one of the books, I think it's the second book, has Archaon go to the Southern Chaos Waste, which we know that is where he went. And when he gets to the Southern Chaos Waste, he meets a race called Beast Fiends. And Beast Fiends are beastmen so like there's a shitload of beastmen in the Southern Chaos Waste, and the book runs with the idea that because the Southern Chaos Waste just kind of goes right into the realm of chaos, you know, just like the Northern Chaos Waste does, and that the beastmen have just been there for thousands of years, that it led to some of the beastmen going far enough south that they entered the realm of chaos itself, and they interact with a bunch of demons there, and they start mating or breeding with the demons. And this produces a hybrid race called Beast Fiends, which are demon beastmen hybrids that are basically just beastmen but kind of bigger and scarier. And according to that story, this is where Archaon meets Prince Ograx the Great, who is said to be like a prince among the Beast Fiends, and he's a really big cornate beastman. Which you'll notice that Prince Ograx is the same starting character that you get when you play a Archaon campaign. He's the starting exalted hero that you get. I would argue that I would argue the Beast Fiends are probably not canon. Games Workshop would probably not use them. Because Prince Ograx in most stories is a man. He's human. He is a chaos warrior of Khorne, more like a chaos exalted hero or a chaos champion. But he's like a really big badass of Khorne, but he's a human. But the novel decided to make him a beast fiend for some reason. But he is a canonical character. Like, Prince Ograx is mentioned in every version of Archaon's story, because Prince Ograx is the guy he's so strong, he's so powerful that he's actually able to hold up part of Krakenrock the Black's hand, because Krakenrock the Black, who's the father of the Dragon Ogre species, is asleep. Like, he's like the whole size of a mountain, and he's asleep, and he has the Slayer of Kings, which is one of the 6 artifacts of the Everchosen, pinned under his hand on his chest as he's sleeping. So Prince Ograx lifts up a part of Krakenrock's hand and holds it up long enough that Archaon is able to grab the sword and pull it out. But then the sword starts screaming because somebody has drawn it for like the first time in millennia, and it's thirsty for blood, so it begins shrieking, which starts to wake Krakenrock the Black up. So Archaon stabs it into the chest of Prince Ograx and kills him. So Prince Ograx gets murdered immediately, and all of his blood gets drained out of him into the sword, which shuts it up long enough for, like, Archaon literally just leaves it sheathed inside of Prince Ograx's body, and they just pick Ograx up and take him and just leave. But yeah, he's your starting exalted hero if you play an Archaon campaign. But the Beast Fiends, there's a couple of issues with their concept, like the idea that, like, making a hybrid race with demons is really wacky. Which, you know, we're actually pretty much done with this campaign. It's interesting. I'm curious if they've actually disabled the end credit cinematics until live, because funny enough, I have not actually been able to get the end credit cinematics on any of the Thrones of Decay characters, but I think that's intentional. But like, if we just go to Archaon, just because we can hop around for a minute, because we're about to start Nemesis Crown hunting. But yeah, so basically the idea behind Beast Fiends is that you have beastmen that are just scarier and nastier than regular beastmen that live in the southern Chaos Wastes. Which we do know there are a lot of beastmen that live in the southern Chaos Wastes. But the idea that they are somehow, like, superior or different than the beastmen... See, here's Prince Ograx.
Inquisitor Thomas cheered. X100. Weren't Lo Igor and Calamain from Gotrek and Felix also half demon?
Oh, you know what, though? It does call him a beast fiend on here. So it does say once a beast fiend in Khorne service, so, like, they do mention beast fiends here. I don't know what beast fiends would do different. I guess you could introduce them as like a
Knight_of_Ren cheered. X100.
You could introduce them as like,
all the units from
I don't know what
DLC.
purpose they would
Can you
serve in
check
the beastman
gifts of
roster.
chaos?
Anywho, so which that is interesting. Like, I personally am not a huge fan of the concept of beast fiends, because the idea of demons mating with other races is a huge can of worms. Generally speaking, whenever you have demons that have children, because it is a concept, for instance, Archaon is Bellacor's son, but the way they do it is like this really, well, no, I guess they could just do that though. It'd be weird, but they could. Of like, typically they have to use possession, and it can often come with some pretty dramatic downsides. Like there's a whole thing in the Liber Chaotica about demons wanting to have children, and the hoops they have to jump through to do it.
Wait, I call bull. That author copied the Norse story that involved Utgard or Loki tricking Thor into lifting his big cat, but it wasn't a cat, it was secretly Jormungandr. Classic GW laziness.
Hilarious, Nolan, or Hammond, but definitely not what that story is referencing. But hold on, let me get caught up on super chats and stuff, and then we're gonna hop into Nemesis Crown hunting. So because I want to hunt down some more Nemesis Crown stuff. Pepper T21, as an extremely trans woman, 40k is funny because right now people are bitching about the female custodians, and I'm here just being 6'7", wishing that I look like a L'Oreal. Well, best of luck to you on your journey. But you know, there's nothing wrong with being man. That is very tall. 6'7" is very tall. You could be the woman so many people wish to be stepped upon. Muscle mommies are in these days. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. I don't really have anything else to add to that. Just yeah. Inquisition, weren't Logar and Calamane from Gotrek and Felix also half demon? Oh, the Zinch twins? They might. I don't know. It's been so long since I've read the early Gotrek and Felix books, I'd have to go back and reread them. But like I said, half demons, it's a complicated subject, but the idea of demons having children is an established thing, but creating an entire new race is like super weird, but not impossible. That being said, Beast Fiends, I mean, you could do them for the Beastmen. I will say the nice thing about doing Beast Fiends is that you would have like just a complete clean slate, right? If you did Beast Fiends, you could literally make them anything you want, because there would be basically no established canon to work on, like nothing that you could very easily use to determine what they should or shouldn't look like. It would basically be a clean slate to just do whatever you want. I will say though that alternatively, I could see that being maybe an issue of that if GW doesn't want there to be like GW would have to create them as a unique concept, which I don't know if Games Workshop would want to, and Games Workshop is being very picky these days. Somebody wanted to see the new Gifts of Chaos, so here are the new Nurgle ones. So you have all of kind of the standard ones, but then you get down here you can get Rotten Hunger, which gives you one of each Plague Ogre unit. So you get one normal Plague Ogre and one Great Weapon Plague Ogre per cycle. You can also get Toad Dragons from Malignant Maws, so Toad Dragons come through. So those are gifted units. The Pestigors are not gifted units. Pestigors can just show up in your recruitment if you are in a well enough Chaos Corrupted zone. So like if I were to run Archaon down to the plains of Zambijin, I would have a pretty good chance of getting Pestigors through Warband recruitment. So there's that for anyone that wants to see that. So let's go hunt some Nemesis Crowns. So at this point, this is going to be pretty different from what we have been doing. We're going to be hopping into easy campaigns, and we're actually going to be resuming my Chaos Dwarf campaign here. We're going to be hopping into easy campaigns and just speeding along as fast as we can to acquire the Nemesis Crown and to see what it does, and getting it up to its max tier version. So I have so far gathered the Nemesis Crown and seen its effects at max tier for the Empire, Bretonnia, oh my gosh, I'm having such a brain fart right now. Warriors of Chaos, We don't care about this. All we care about is the Nemesis Crown. Like, obviously, we have to kind of like build an empire and stuff to get us to the Nemesis Crown, but I've already gotten it in this campaign. Now we're just blowing shit up with Astrogoth until we get it to max level, because we want to get it to max level to see all of its effects. So this will be a good opportunity for us to just chat and have a nice discussion and just talk about things. I will even look over at my Twitch redeems to answer those kinds of questions, so that we can find all the different, because I'd like to make a video showing off all of them, but we are there. Some of them, it's a bit of a walk to get to. So you can see here that currently Astrogoth we have a level 3 crown right now. We need to get to level 5. So you can see what's fun about the Chaos Dwarf crown is that the Chaos Dwarf crown gives you all the usual effects, but the unique effect that it gives you is that it gives you plus 15% additional conclave influence. It's plus 5 per level. So level 4 will be 20%, level 5 will probably be 25. Which is really nice, especially if you're like me and you like to spam the effect. So we're quite literally just gonna run around sacking settlements, because the way you level up the crown is just by winning battles with that character. So that is what we're gonna focus on doing. Let's see. Is there anything? Rabble Rouser Oric. So Archaon thrusted into Ograx and sucked him dry. Got it. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. That is correct. Knight of Ren. Yes, we did check the Gifts of Chaos, so hopefully you saw those. Now that we've got like a stable economy and like we've got the crown, I'm just gonna fast forward. I don't care about defending my territory now because I have the crown. That's all I need. Kenneth Cole, love your channel. Have you given any thought what's next for the channel after Thrones of Decay? Finishing Queek is pretty high on my priority list, to be honest. That being said, there seems to be a pretty heavy thirst right now for like DLC speculation type content. So probably the very first thing that you're gonna see, because I'm still waiting on various aspects from editing stuff and also hearing back from another content creator who's going to be helping out with a element of the Queek video. We're still waiting to hear back on a couple little things for the next stage. But amidst all that, I think the next thing I'm probably going to do is probably we're gonna do the Slaanesh DLC speculation video. So probably do a video where we essentially do like a video for Slaanesh, a video for High Elves, and a video for Norska, because I think that's a very likely trilogy that would make a lot of sense. And then just doing other various little things. But, you know, people are really excited for Total War right now, and I think want to speculate very heavily about the future. So I think, you know, it probably is not going to be as much like I'm just going to talk about those 3 as I'm going to talk about, I think, every race. But I'm just going to work my way down the list, starting with them. So I think the goal will be to go like, all right, if we were to do a DLC like Thrones of Decay, and it featured one of these races, so like it featured the Empire, what would the Empire's upgrade look like? All right, now we're gonna do Ogre Kingdoms. Okay, now we're gonna do Dark Elves. Okay, now we're gonna, and where appropriate. So like for the Dark Elf one, I am probably going to coalesce the Dark Elves, Wood Elves, and Tzeentch into a video where I'm like, you know, these guys are basically done. This is, and I really think CA should just do the character concept, because that would make a lot more sense. And it would be, I think, very, very good for the, I think it would be very healthy for the overall community, for them to focus on a DLC that, you know, just adds in characters, for instance. Why Slaanesh and Norska? So my thought is that if you do Slaanesh, then you need to have elves, right? Like you got to have an elf. But because Slaanesh and elves are like ultimate baddies, ultimate. They spit in each other's soup at every possibility, right? They just fucking hate each other. And I think the idea that you'd probably be walking around with is that. You know what? I don't want to do that because I don't want to lose a unit if I don't have to. Because getting units back with the Nemesis Crown is a bitch. Because the Nemesis Crown debuffs unit casualty replenishment by a fuck ton. Ooh, faster global recruitment. Very nice. But like this, yeah, so this one, like, we're pretty much done. We're just wrapping it up. Actually, in the name of speed, I think we can just count the Chaos Dwarfs done, because I can see the max version right here, and that's all I want. So we can see here that it's basically the exact same as all of the other Nemesis Crowns. The only thing that changes between Nemesis Crowns is the top effect. So the top effect is unique for every race, though there are a couple of races that have an additional bonus. So like here we can see for the Chaos Dwarfs, it's Conclave Influence, and it gets up to a max of 25%. That's great. So I can show y'all now, so we can say Nemesis Crown. So if we go to one of my other saves, so like Bretonnia, right? The max crown is minus 100 diplomacy to all of the races. For most factions. Sotek, do you have anyone you follow or think is your equivalent to lore knowledge for 40k? Yes, Luton. I would say Luton for sure.
Hammond cheered. X100.
Man seems to know his shit.
Count Noctilus next class of the true pirate lord.
So the Bretonnia Crown is really fun because you get negative chivalry once you reach level 4, and at level 4 it's minus 5 chivalry, level 5 it's minus 10 chivalry. But the unique effect for Bretonnia is you get a 25% ward save for all cavalry in it. So it starts at 5% and then goes up by 5% for every level. But obviously you can see my army is very haggard by the time I got to max level. But yeah, if you have like an army of Grail Knights, they're literally just invincible with a full crown. Because like 25% ward save on top of all of your other buffs, like sweet Jesus. But you can see here how the Nemesis Crown makes maintaining an army get very fucking difficult, because you get 25% less casualties captured post-battle, and you get minus 30% casualty replenishment. So this minus 25% casualties captured means that if you do the replenishment option after a battle, you get even less health back. So when the Nemesis Crown starts getting really, really strong, you will slowly but surely start running into an issue where the army that has the Nemesis Crown is gonna start dying. And when you're at max level, you have to win a fight every 3 turns or else you lose the crown. So it becomes pretty difficult to hold on to it because your army is just gonna slowly but surely keep dying off, and it's very difficult to keep up the aggression while not killing yourself. So that's the Bretonnia Nemesis Crown. I've also gotten the Greenskin Nemesis Crown. So we can just look at these and then we'll hop into a new campaign. We could probably do Lizardman next, because the Lizardman is going to be a long walk. I guess we could do Oxiodal and hope that we get a teleport option into the Empire. That would probably be the best. That would probably be the best way to do it. Yeah, you can get the crown and the sword. Yes, you can get the Nemesis Crown and you can get the Sword of Cain, because the Sword of Cain takes up a weapon slot. The Nemesis Crown does not take up an item slot. It's just on a character. So here's the Greenskin specific one. This one's probably the most tame. So the greenskin one is that you get 3 Wa points per turn. So it makes building up your Wa energy to max significantly faster, because 3 points per turn is actually quite high. But of course, the Nemesis Crown synergizes very well with a greenskin lord. So you can see you also get less sacking income. So there's a unique debuff for the greenskins where you get less income from sacking. However, between the 30% bonus hit points, the 25% to all forms of damage, the Nemesis Crown active ability, which obliterates anything it hits, and then the level 3 corruption effect, which is that as long as Azhag in this case is in combat, he's dealing 40 to 80 damage per second to everyone within 55 meters that's an enemy. It basically makes Azhag like a god. Grant, I think the most powerful character I've had the crown on so far is probably Leyenkur, because Lewin Leyenkur has a built-in regeneration effect, and he also hits like a truck, and he also has like a really high ward save and stuff. So he's just kind of unstoppable, because the 30% hit points and the 40 to 80 damage per second is standard. Scarbrand obviously would be very powerful with the crown as well. So this is the greenskin crown. We then have the Beastman crown, which Beastmen, I've seen a lot of people note like, oh, the Beastmen don't have upkeep, so surely the Nemesis Crown should be like extra good on the Beastmen because there's no downside. Because normally the downsides to the Nemesis Crown are that the army the Nemesis Crown is on has higher upkeep, and then you get like minus 100 billion diplomacy with all of their factions. However, they have customized the crown so that it has a different effect on every race, which means it's uniquely bad and good for every race. So in the case of Khazrak, I get minus 25% income from battle. Also, I get minus 25% casualties, and my dread cost for all upgrades is 30% higher. So any units that I want to upgrade on my dread cross sheet are now 30% more expensive, which starts making especially your higher tier units really pricey to get more of. Also, you can see Pestigors are on here. I'm trying to bug the shit out of CA to get cockatrices on here because they could fit. Like there's 2 slots available up here, so they could fit the cockatrice and it wouldn't be a big deal. So I am bugging them to get that on there. Actually, I've just noticed that my Minotaur and my Gorgon have for some reason... Oh, I know why. Okay, ignore that. I know why that is. So actually, no, there's 1 slot available. Not 2. Ignore that though, because this is me going back into prior saves, so I had the mod turned off, or I was messing with stuff. So we also have the Nemesis Crown for the Warriors of Chaos. No, ignore those slots. Ignore those slots. Those aren't actually there. I'll show you in a minute. Ignore what you just saw. Ignore what you just saw. I'll show you why in a minute. So we have Festus here with the Warriors of Chaos crown. So this one, Warriors of Chaos is the benefit that you get that's unique to the Warriors of Chaos is you get 30% more souls per battle. This is actually really fucking nice on Warriors of Chaos. I would actually say the Nemesis Crown probably synergizes with the Warriors of Chaos better than anyone else. Also, you'll notice it doesn't have to go on your Legendary Lord. In this case, I did not know that, so I ended up picking up the Nemesis Crown on a Chaos Lord of Nurgle instead of Festus, because I thought it went to your faction leader. Nope, it's picked up by whoever picks it up. So, this is the Warrior Chaos buff. You get 30% more souls, and then you get the usual up buffs and debuffs. Personally, I think the Warriors of Chaos benefit, the increase to souls is like so good, because it lets you just spam gifts like a motherfucker. So that's the Warrior Chaos one. We then have the Tomb King crown, which of course I played Cetra. You have to play Cetra if you're going to go get the Nemesis crown. Demon Prince Nemesis Crown, he can get it. I have not done that yet, but he can get it. We'll probably do another 2 or 3 races tonight. All right, so with Cetra, here is the Tomb King crown. So you see the downside that I got, which is brutal, is that all of my mortuary cult crafting is 25% more expensive, which sucks. Also, all of my basic and advanced military buildings are 30% more expensive. Also fucking sucks. However, you get plus 25 leadership on your undead, which means that Cetra's army is basically unbreakable. Like, they'll just fight until they die. Like, they don't crumble. Really. But the unique downsides for the Tomb Kings are the construction costs and the mortuary crap culting. The unique upside is that your army is essentially unbreakable. Tomb Kings, I don't actually think the crown is worth it. Like, I think it's a little too punishing. At least at that level. I don't think I've gotten it on anybody else. No. Okay, so those are the races we've got it on so far. So obviously there's still a lot to do. So let's do
Sigmar's will.
I still have to do Wood Elves, Vampire Counts, Vampire Coes, Tzeentch, Slaanesh, Skaven, Ogres. I thought I've done it on Nurgle. I have the Nurgle one, it's just in a different part of my save file. Norska, Lizardmen, Kislev, Khorne, High Elves, Cathay. Empire is already on Reddit, which is just that his unique gimmick is that he gets a big diplomacy buff with all Empire factions. Dwarves, Dark Elves, Demons, and okay, so still have a lot to go. What does the Nurgle Warband upgrade look like for the Warriors of Chaos? The new upgrades for Nurgle is that you can upgrade basic Chaos Trolls. You can upgrade them at level 7, I think? Level 6? You can upgrade basic Trolls to be Vile Trolls. And you can upgrade Chaos Knights of Nurgle into the new Rotbeast Knights. Those are the new ones.
Null underscore captain underscore Hammond cheered. X100. With the high elves, do it with Alariel. Female Gandhi must rise.
Well, okay, so whatever race we pick, time is what we're the most interested in. So regardless of what race we pick, we're gonna pick the closest character to the Empire every single time. I'm gonna do Lizardmen. I want to see lizards. So with Lizardmen, our best option is going to be Oxiodal, because we're going to be able to teleport to the Empire pretty quick. So let's do Oxiodal. We're going to switch everything to easy, just make our life as easy as possible, and then we're going to jump right into it. All right, that one guy you know, are you still here, by the way? Real quick, are that one guy you know, Cash Slaughter and Papa Neeks in chat, and Scottish 1900? Are any of y'all here? What is the Nemesis Crown from a lore perspective? The Nemesis Crown from a lore perspective is a very powerful runic artifact that was made by a dwarf rune lord named Alric the Mad. And basically what it was is that after Alaric created so he forged the rune fangs, right? He created the rune fangs by forging, taking like a full-on storm of magic and basically implanting it into the 12 rune fangs of the Empire, which was an incredible feat, right? And so what happened was that after Alarak the Mad finished the Rune Fangs, there was basically a lot of dwarfs kind of muttering and talking that he had basically reached his peak, that he had made the best thing he was ever going to make, and that he had basically, like, he had capped out. Like, there was nothing more for him to achieve after this. No one would ever be able to top that, and that was the best it would ever get. And he took great offense to this idea, because he refused to accept the idea that he was done, that he had, you know, that he had capped out and that he was never going to improve beyond that. So he started obsessively working on trying to recreate an ancient mythical lost rune known as the rune, I think it was the Rune of Fate or something like that. But it was a master rune that he basically managed to design that was so powerful, so horrifically strong, that it could not work. Because anytime he attempted to put it onto a material, the material would break. It would break down and refuse the rune, which was, of course, very upsetting to him. So he rather obsessively started searching around for a material that would be strong enough that it could handle this master rune that he had managed to create. And after spending God knows how long, many decades, trying to locate this rune, he managed to find a material that, to his credit, would allow him to do what he wanted. And the material that he found that allowed for this was warpstone. So Alaric the Mad took warpstone and made the fairly nightmarish decision to make a crown out of it. So he made what we know as the Nemesis Crown, using warpstone as like the key agent in the crown, because warpstone was the only material that could handle the rune. And this rune that he made, the Master Rune of Fate, was horrifically powerful, because what the rune basically does is that rune, should you put the crown on, the rune basically gives you control over the fate of your race. It gives you control over the destiny of your entire species. So you are dealing with an artifact that, should you put it on, not only does it enhance your power to a just incredible level, but it also makes it where you can alter the course of just destiny itself, which is a very not easy thing to control. According to the legend, the moment that Alaric the Mad finished making the Nemesis Crown, the second he finished its construction, like a fog clearing from his vision, he kind of like woke up and realized what he was doing and realized what he had made. And he basically looked at it and went, oh shit, I shouldn't have done this. Because the problem is that since he used warpstone to make the crown, and not something, you know, not bad, because warpstone is incredibly powerful, being kind of like raw magic, but it also has the major issue that it's in a massively corrupting influence. It's a horrifically corruptive influence. And Alaric realized that if anyone puts on the crown, that the crown will allow them to control the destiny of their race, which controlling destiny is always a little spooky. But more importantly, and if you know your like ethics, more concerningly, well, no, just the fate comment alone should be enough to go, oh yeah, that's probably bad. But the other major issue is that the crown, objectively, right? So think about this. This is an objective statement, not a subjective statement, but an objective statement, enhances the evil of the wearer. And to make matters worse, anytime someone puts on the crown, it will enhance and increase their evil as time passes. But furthermore, it will absorb the evil or the negative aspects of the bearer, and will proceed to store it within itself to make its like future effects on future bearers more intense. So the more people that put on the Nemesis Crown, not only does it make them more evil, but it absorbs their malice, their evil, their hatred, all of these negative concepts, and it takes that with it to future bearers and infects them. So the more the crown passes around, the more powerful it becomes and the more corruptive it becomes. And it also cannot be destroyed. Cannot. Period. At all. Through any circumstances. Maybe save like the world exploding. It is completely and utterly incapable of being destroyed. So this led to an incident, we might say, known as the Nemesis Crown. And the Nemesis Crown was a fairly nasty event where the forces, there was an earthquake, like shenanigans were happening, and this actually takes place after the Storm of Chaos, for anyone, just kind of a fun thing. So the Storm of Chaos happened first, and then the Nemesis Crown happened later. So this is after essentially a kind of apocalyptic event. And there's a big earthquake, and the earthquake causes the Nemesis Crown to be revealed again. Because originally, the Nemesis Crown was sealed away by Alaric the Mad. Because once he realized what he had created, and he realized how horrible it was, he was like, oh shit, this is really, really bad. No one can ever wear this. I can't destroy it, so I need to hide it away from the world so that it's never used. And so he took the crown into the Empire, and he took it to a place we now know, I believe, as I think it's the Black Hills, and he buried it in a secret runically sealed vault beneath the Black Hills. But earthquake happens, the rune chamber is cracked open and revealed, and who should find it but a fucking night goblin? So a night goblin war boss finds the Nemesis Crown, much to the horror of everyone involved, and basically starts going apeshit and causing all sorts of problems in the area, and word starts getting out about what's happened, and it leads to a big old battle, where the main forces that are involved, technically in the actual campaign, everyone got to participate, but the actual army that got involved was the dwarfs under Thorgrim Grudgebearer, the Empire under Karl Franz, and the Greenskins under Grimgor Ironhide. Because Grimgor Ironhide wanted it for himself. Karl Franz wanted to get his hands on it so that he could take it back to... He wanted to give it over to the colleges of magic so they could study it, try to study its effects, understand it, and see if maybe they could find a way to purify the like evil aspect of it, and make it into a force for good. And the dwarfs under Thorgrim Grudgebearer were like, nah, fuck everyone. That's a dwarf artifact. It belongs in dwarf hands. It should be given to us so that it's sealed away. Those were the main forces that got involved. But of course there was a website that was run. It was a summer campaign. So there was a website that was run during the summer campaign event that also allowed you to play literally everybody. So like every single faction had like kind of a little named character guy who ran and got involved. So like if you've been around the chaos, if you've been around like the Reddit, the subreddit of Total War or the forums or whatever, you may see a lot of Chaos Dwarf fans bring up a character called what's he called?
Null_Captain_Hammond cheered. X100. What ID threw it in the Vorschlag, the Maw, or the Vortex?
It would literally be one of those, but somehow Palpatine survived type circumstances, where it would probably appear as if it were destroyed, but then it would kind of pseudo-miraculously just appear somewhere else in the world later, or the people, or, you know, it would be enough of a corrupting influence that whoever attempted to throw it into one of those places, it would find its way to someone that could, you know, take them out. Like, you know, you could bury it for a long time, but it's kind of one of those things that it can keep. Okay, remember, the crown can literally alternate destiny, right? It can affect destiny. That's how powerful of an artifact you're dealing with. Yes, Rykard the Unbreakable. Yeah, Rykard the Unbreakable was the, like, Chaos Dwarf character for the Nemesis Crown, but every single faction had a character. Why did I say the F word? Do you mean fuck? Or do you mean, like, a different word?
Firepang2 cheered. X145. Did you inform CA about your concerns regarding the new Grudge system? Thank you.
It has been discussed. I doubt they're gonna be able to do anything about it in time for release, but I think they know about it. They're keenly aware of it. And hopefully they will be able to fix it, like, very, very quickly for patch 5.1. Is the Nemesis Crown floating in space or somewhere in AOS since it can't be destroyed and it wants to be found? Well, technically, I mean, the Nemesis Crown, if you want to get super technical, the Nemesis Crown no longer exists. Because the Nemesis Crown got attacked by the one force that no one can stop. The one force that is mightier than any other. That, of course, being the force known as retcons. It unfortunately got retconned out of existence by Games Workshop. Because Games Workshop turned the clock back during 8th edition. So, because the Storm of Chaos never happened, the Nemesis Crown never happened.
Hammond cheered. X100. Wait, if a Slyn got a hold of it, would it corrupt the Slyn enough where they wouldn't be afraid of touching the ground? Would the Slyn then be tempted by chaos? Enough for that Slyn to work with Skedgy? Would he be then called
So, you have to keep in mind that evil does not mean chaos. There's a difference. Like, if a Slon put on the Nemesis Crown, which, honestly, a Slon just wouldn't. Like, at least if you're dealing with, like, a genuine canonical look at a Slon. Slon do not, like, they instantly recognize when something is sinister like that and just won't touch it. They won't interact with it. But I want a Silent Sanctum in the Empire, but it's not sending me there yet. So it would it create Kimlo? Well, I mean, granted, the crown does absorb or like make the user evil, so yeah, I suppose it could create Krimlo out of a Slon. But because truly Krimlo is the most evil thing in the universe. But so that's certainly possible. But remember, yeah, evil does not necessarily equate to chaos. It would be their own unique form of evil. Wait, what am I supposed to do here? Destroy that army. Neat. Cool. We're just speeding through this because, like, we've got to get the Nemesis Crown to reveal itself, which takes a hot minute anyway. Hopefully, by the time it reveals itself, we will have a presence in the Empire. Also, I need someone watching over my territory. A 4th generation Slan? I'll take a... I will take a Croc score. That'll work. What's wrong with Grudges? The Grudge system is super fun. It has a couple of little things that need to be tweaked, because there are a couple of interactions it has with the game where if you go off to do quest battles or you confederate a minor dwarf faction or something like that, it can goof the grudge system so that the amount of grudges that you need in order to get a reasonably good Age of Reckoning or to confederate the other dwarf factions becomes unreasonably high, to the point where it can make your campaign kind of miserable. It's not gonna like ruin the day for you by any means, but it just makes things more difficult than they need to be. So it's just something that a fair number of people have noticed. And are like, oh yeah, they should probably fix that, which, you know, I agree, they should probably fix that. Hello. I'm gonna let the Croc score splat him. Splat. Let's start going up the combat tree. But anyway, and the long story short for the Nemesis Crown is that the way the story ends up playing out is that the Empire gets in a big fight with the Greenskins and the dwarves show up, and if I recall correctly, I want to say a group of High Elves shows up in the aftermath, and the High Elves end up getting their hands on the Nemesis Crown. And they basically turn around to Thorgrim and are like, hey, look, we're going to give you the crown because we know you really, really want it. We know it's a dwarf artifact and everything. So we're going to give you the Nemesis Crown. But in exchange for the Nemesis Crown, you think maybe you could, like, strike out some of those grudges against us, and maybe we could, like, maybe you could give us back the Phoenix Crown? And Thorgrim quite literally does, like, the equivalent of being, like, basically turning around and being like, thanks, losers, and just, like, leaves. Like, he doesn't, like, not only does he refuse to strike out any grudges, but he, like, refuses to give them back the Phoenix Crown or, like, anything. Does not even meet them halfway. He's basically just like, no, get out of my house, losers, and just, like, just leaves. Which is just so fucking silly. Like, Thorgrim is unnecessarily rude, which, you know, if you know your dwarfs is A, hilarious, but B, is just a little bit of an interesting tidbit. All right, I'm gonna do this quest battle really fast just because I want to get my blowpipe. Why do the Gotrek and Felix books after Elfslayer constantly make reference to Archaon's failed siege of Bentheim? Because Gotrek and Felix found itself in a really awkward situation where they did not want to retcon the prior books, and in the prior books, Manslayer is quite literally about the build-up to the Storm of Chaos. Like, it's literally about the Storm of Chaos event. So instead of just retconning it out of everything out of existence, they decided to just run with it, because originally a lot of 7th edition, like 7th edition, which was the edition after the Storm of Chaos, ran under the idea that, yeah, the Storm of Chaos happened and Archaon invaded the old world and he lost. Like, he put up a really big fight at Middenheim, but ultimately he was defeated by essentially an alliance of all the good guys, but also most notably the involvement of the vampire counts and the greenskins. And it was super duper fun, and also like really fun to read, because the Empire was having to deal with a lot of really difficult questions of that, you know, everyone was kind of like, all right, so we didn't win because we earned it. We won because a bunch of other races who we normally consider to be our enemies basically came out of the blue and like saved our asses. That's what you're telling me? And it's like, yeah. And it was like, so there was a lot of lore and stuff written about, you know, kind of all that aftermath of how is the Empire coping with the knowledge that the only reason they survived was because of the bad guys, as opposed to like their own merits. And it made for some really fun, interesting storylines, and Gotrek and Felix deals with that a bit. So because Gotrek and Felix runs under the assumption that it wasn't retconned, it happened. And later books just kind of don't really talk about it as much. Or they basically run under the idea that of what really just should have been, which is that, oh, Archaon comes back and he's even stronger this time and he wants revenge and he's pissed, which worked fine. Honestly, I know Games Workshop was like obsessed with like, well, we want Archaon to be like the super big bad guy, so Archaon can't lose, like he has to win on his first try. Where I think they actually could have just left him the way he was, and it would have been a perfectly fine, compelling story. To like have this big bad Chaos Champion who manages to like somehow earn redemption from the Chaos. Like, even though the Chaos Gods, you know, are fairly like brutal and judgy and stuff, he manages to like claw his way back from the edge of defeat and ends up like coming back, but he's even stronger this time. And it's this time that he ends up like, you know, now that he's learned from his mistake that he cannot allow the forces of order to all gather up together. He can't allow Grimgor Ironhide to be involved. So he waits for like this perfect orchestration of events that leads to things like, all right, well, Grimgor Ironhide is off invading the east. Like, he's gone off to invade like Grand Cathay and the Mountains of Morn and the Chaos Dwarves. The dwarves and the High Elves have started falling to a bunch of infighting, and Tyrion of Ulthuan has started to kind of turn into a very dark, terrifying figure because his daughter has gone missing and she's died. And like, there's all these really interesting ideas they could have run with of like Archaon not repeating his mistakes. But they didn't want to do that because they were too lazy. Okay, let me actually get caught up on all these lore facts. Lore fact about toad dragons. Toad dragon. So the toad dragons of Nurgle are not as... They're not as Nurgly as a lot of people think they are. For instance, they did not have any kind of like Nurgle abilities or keywords. Because they actually introduced in a later book called the Monstrous Arcanum, they introduced the ability to just take toad dragons as a generic creature in your roster. And while they were chaos creatures, they were not Nurgle creatures. Like they didn't have any Nurgle rules. They're just really fucking gross. But here, just because I'm nice, I'll just read you this because it's only 2 paragraphs. So for the regular toad dragons, so this is not Bubabellos. This is just like regular basic bitch toad dragons. It says toad dragons are huge, reeking primeval horrors. They are for the fate of the world, blessedly few in number, and confined largely to the trackless otherworldly fens known as the cold mires, under the coruscating skies of the uttermost north. These colossal beasts are near mindless, violent, and almost impossible to kill, and have a dire repute in the legends of the Northern Wastes, which named them for their appearance and raw power, when in truth they are perhaps far closer to the lumbering beasts that inhabit the jungles of Lustria than the true and ancient lineages of dragonkind. The strength of a toad dragon is prodigious, as is its appetite, while its tainted breath is so corrosively foul it can liquefy flesh and wither steel in mere moments. Those it does not devour or smash flat, it can smother beneath its feculent bulk as it crawls across the earth, its questing tongue darting out with terrifying speed to snatch out more victims to disappear down its yawning maw. So yeah. But yeah, it's literally just a big fucking dinosaur. It's a giant, pissed off, hungry ass big dino that just wants to gobble everybody up. That is its purpose in life. Catch Slaughter, hello there, dear Sotek. I was wondering about my new Wolfram campaign of all vampires. 1, they're all going to Lamia in the current day. Is there something they could do there? 2, I'm about to get a 6th player, 1 from each bloodline. Suggestion about the other character. So if you are playing an all vampire campaign and you are going to Lamia, the big thing that's going to happen is that you need to understand that there is not a more dangerous place on the face of the earth than Lamia for vampires. Because Khalida lives there, and Khalida is deeply obsessed with, like, you know, killing vampires and making absolutely fucking sure that no vampires can get their grubby little paws on Lamia, because she doesn't want them to learn the secrets of Lamia. She doesn't want them to learn, she doesn't want them to be Neferata's agents or anything like that. So Lamia has a invisible ring of protection around it, an invisible barrier, that if a vampire, if anybody crosses it, but especially a vampire, it basically sends off a warning. Like, it sends off an alert to the city of Lybaris, and Khalida, or a force that she trusts very, very dearly, will immediately set out to deal with whoever this is. Whoever it is that's dared to disturb the rest of Lamia. And they will exterminate you with extreme prejudice. There is also a lot of notes that Lamia is full of, like, horrific spirits and strange nightmarish entities that have been unleashed there by the Tomb Kings in order to deter any, like, would-be explorers or adventurers or whatever. So if you were to attempt to go to Lamia, just getting in would alert the vampires to your existence, first of all. Second of all, or the Tomb Kings to your existence, which means you're probably going to die, because Khalida herself is probably going to come get you. And she is the best vampire hunter in the world, period. But in addition to that, you're probably going to have to deal with whatever nightmarish entities that she has left behind inside the city itself, which are probably going to be a bunch of nightmarish spirits that are exceptionally good at attacking and killing vampires and don't have any blood or anything that the vampires can easily use to feed off of to, like, heal themselves. So it's like a really nasty, it's basically like the perfect trap designed to catch and kill vampires. So if your player characters are going there, I hope they're exceptionally high level, or they're very, very good at running away. And then for your 6th player, give them a mixed bloodline. Mixed bloodline vampires are a very well-established concept, and they're super fun. Where, like, if you have a vampire who has, like, if a vampire drinks, like, shares a blood kiss, and, you know, essentially drinks the blood of another vampire, it can lead to a really interesting scenario where, oh my god, I'm just getting so not lucky with these teleports. It can lead to a situation where that vampire basically absorbs and takes some of that blood into themselves, which can lead to a circumstance of them taking on traits of the vampire bloodline they just drank from, in addition to them just becoming more powerful. Manfred von Karstein did this to a ridiculous extent, where Manfred, after he loses at the Battle of Helfen, and in the more modern canon, though I don't know if the old world is going to run with this version of him or not, but in 8th edition, what Manfred does is that after his defeat, he spends a lot of time running around.
Captain _ Hammond cheered. X100. Does the Lamian alarm sound like
No.
If not, how?
Well, it's a silent alarm, so like there's no sound, there's no noise. It would literally just be dead. For everyone, it would just be dead silence. It would just be that the Tomb Kings are suddenly alerted. Like it would be like they're just mentally aware of you immediately. They're aware that something has violated the borders of Lamia. But anyway, back to what I was saying. So Manfred, one of the things that made him so horrifically powerful when he came back was that Manfred spent a fair amount of time running around, basically devouring a bunch of different vampires. So like tracking down vampires of the other bloodlines, and just nomming them up, and basically absorbing their strengths and power for his own, making himself more powerful and just nasty, which got really, which is why he is just like so exceptionally strong compared to everyone else, because he essentially started to game the system of figuring out a way to leave behind the weaknesses of the von Karsteins while simultaneously gaining the powers of the other bloodlines, which is a fascinating concept and something that should be explored more often, I think. Because if you can't beat them, eat them. And he also, like, Manfred was really big on, like, just essentially cannibalizing other vampires, to the extent that his armor, his really, really fucking impressive armor, was literally made by him luring in like a bunch of von Karsteins that were relatively powerful and threats to him. He basically convinced all of them to gather up, and then he brutally murdered all of them and used like their ashes and their essence to forge a piece of armor out of. Once again, reinforcing his power with that of other people, which is a pretty cool hat trick for him. I guess we can just occupy this, just so I can get out of here. Speed leveling.
Hercules _ cheer.
But yeah, you can play around with him
X100.
being like not a traditional
beastmen
bloodline.
viewed by regular beastmen. Are they fully welcomed into the herd, and what is their hierarchy in beastmen society?
Depends on the herd. Generally speaking, it depends a lot on the herd. I think for most herds, they would view it as a good thing. I think. Though, like, it would be perfectly reasonable to disagree with my take on this. Most herds of beastmen would view them as individuals that are blessed by the gods. So that would afford them a reasonable amount of respect, and acknowledgement from, you know, the appropriate, the herd in question. But once again, it would depend on the herd. Some herds would probably see them as more of a threat, someone that needs to be dealt with or needs to be, like, avoided or crushed, because they might threaten like the power or the hold that particular Bray Shaman or Beast Lord or Doom Bull or whatever has over their herd. And if the herd tends to be more inclinated towards a certain type of thinking, so like if they lean more towards, let's say, being like a very undivided focus, and they wish to worship all the gods equally, and all of a sudden this marked beastman shows up if that marked beastman starts like suggesting or seeming to suggest that they should cease doing what they've always done and instead like acknowledge their power or the god they worship as preeminent, some of them might see this as like kind of sacrilegious or dangerous, and so they might seek to have that particular individual killed, or there's a very good chance that particular individual might show up and issue them a challenge, because they're like, hey, I'm better than you, or I represent the will of the gods, you should do what I say. At the end of the day, they would probably be looked at as outsiders unless that tribe was particularly sympathetic or just not caring, which would probably be a lot of them. But it would just depend on just various factors, which is going to be most things. Sail a ship. If mixing bloodlines makes people more powerful, then why are a lot of the vampire big bads so adamant about remaining pure? Because not all of them would agree with that concept. Many of them would believe that if you take in blood from another bloodline, that you are sullying yourself with something of lesser quality. You are infecting yourself with grotesque remnants of some lesser force, something that should be avoided at all costs, not something that should be embraced. Like, the thing about Manfred is that Manfred has a very unique form of pride where all he cares about ultimately is Manfred cares about being the most powerful thing in the room. He does not give a damn about how that is accomplished. If he has to violate like every stricture or law or belief that most other vampires hold, fine. He doesn't give a shit. All he cares about is if he's the strongest one in the room. So he is willing to commit to things that most other vampires would probably find disgusting or irritating. And the thing is that if you just go around drinking the blood or giving the blood kiss to a bunch of random vampires, that's not going to do anything for you. That's not going to help you at all. That's not going to make you more powerful. If anything, it's going to make you weaker and more diluted, and introduce potential issues into your bloodline instead of positives. Manfred was very, very choosy about which vampires he tracked down to devour or take the blood kiss from, or whatever, however you want to frame it. That Manfred wanted to make abso-fucking-lutely sure that they were vampires of quality, extremely high quality, whom he would only grow more powerful. We're talking like an obsession with these guys being like first or second generation vampires, instead of just taking like whoever, because if you just take whoever, then it's not going to be worth anything. There are plenty of vampires that feed recklessly and have become to the point of being such absurd mutts that they're just looked on as being like disgusting, repulsive, diseased creatures by most other vampires. And it's like borderline impossible to tell like who their daddy is, so to speak, because it's just so diluted to the point that no, they can't even tell.
Why?
I'm trying to remember, how do I, oh, that's right, I do it like this.
What?
I'm gonna make a sanctum in Krakadrak. That seems like a cool place. It's been a long time since I've messed around with Oxiodal. Forgot how fucking cool he is. Such a little boss. Boy got booped. Hey, Sotek, long time viewer, big time fan. Quick question: would you do Teto Echo and Chalkhox and a legendary character DLC like mentioned earlier? You think Lizardman could get another DLC? No, Lizardman could absolutely get another DLC. You could easily do another Lizardman DLC, or you get Teto Echo as legendary lord. He comes with Skink High Priest as a new generic lord character that gives you access to like much lower tier cheap wizards that are just beasts and lore beasts and lore of heavens, and they're more like buff support pieces for your lizardmen instead of being just hardcore uber casters like your Slann, but they're also like much easier to get and cheaper. But then you have, in addition to that, you have things like you get Chalkox as a legendary hero. You get a Kroxigor hero, which I would probably call, see, we already have Sacred Kroxigor. I'd probably call it like a Revered Kroxigor, or something along those lines, or like some kind of like ceremonial name or whatever. But you could have a Kroxigor character hero to give just a generic hero, which we should have gotten and we didn't, and I will always be butthurt about that until they fix it. But then you could also do, for your new units, you could have Colchian Riders, which would be skink cavalry that ride on the big flightless birds that are kind of like big angry ostriches, who have a gimmick kind of revolving around that they're very lightly armored by cavalry standards, but they're like super duper fast. And those skinks could have like poison short bows or poison javelins. Then you do red-crested skink horned one riders. So you have red-crested skinks on horned ones that would have javelins as like a precursor attack. So they have very low ammo, but they have precursor shooting. And they also have shields. And then you could either give them like long pokey sticks, or maybe they could have a great weapon. I would probably prefer them with the long pokey sticks myself, because I feel like I'd like to have the shields. But they're like very well armored for a skink cavalry unit. They have poisoned attacks, and they synergize very nicely with your cold one cavalry units or your horned one Saurus units, because they bring poison into the table and are able to like do a really good job reinforcing your cavalry forces. Then you get the Arcanodon, which the Arcanodon would be the big long neck dinosaurs, so like your Brachiosaurus or Brontosaurus, or whatever the fuck it's called, type dinosaur, who's got a really big focus around that. It has like a unique arcane engine on its back that's similar to the engine of the gods, but it's a different variant on this concept, where instead of it shooting a sky laser beam and buffing the winds of magic, instead it draws magic into itself and it fires out like a catapult shot, so like an arcing missile attack that arcs out and comes down and explodes on the ground and deals fire and magic damage. So it's more like a siege weapon that shoots in an arc, so it's very different from the Bastillodon and all of your other dinosaurs, which tend to shoot in a straight line. And it's also like a really big tall dinosaur, so it trades height over its like other concepts. Wow, it just really does not want to send me to the Empire, does it? Then from there, you do, so what, the Colchian Riders, the Skink Horned One Riders, the Arcanodon, then you get skinks with short bows. So you get skinks with short bows on foot, which anyone who knows their Southlands Lizardmen would be like, yeah, because like they were a pretty big favorite of a lot of Southlands players. And I mean, all of that alone I think is a really, really solid list. But you could throw in like one more, if you had to throw in one more unit, you could do like, I don't fucking know, you could do like, maybe like, I don't know, another Kroxigor variant. Or you could do, so you could do Kroxigors, or some kind of other thing. I don't fucking know. You figure it out. But that a Thunder Lizard, I don't think the Thunder Lizard would make a lot of sense. I'm gonna be honest. Because here's my issue with the Thunder Lizard, right? Here's my issue with the Thunder Lizard, is that the Dread Saurian is fucking gigantic, right? The Dread Saurian is colossal. And CA have said very explicitly that the Dread Saurian is like, that's it, right? That is the biggest beast that they're going to be able to do in the game.
_
Any other giant monsters are going to be in its classification.
Warriors,
And the Thunder Lizard is notably larger. It is notably larger than a Dreadsaurian. Like, Dreadsaurians, if they're lucky, can take down a Thunder Lizard. But that is like a battle of titans. And I feel like the Arcanodon, like, it's an actual mini that was playable on tabletop and had, like, fun rules and concepts to it, and works really, really well. So I personally would infinitely prefer the Arcanodon, because we know what it looks like, we have rules for it, it's easy to do, and it would be really fun. Whereas that would not be the case with the Thunder Lizard, because there was a Thunder Lizard conceptual unit made, but you know what the Thunder Lizard was in the White Dwarf magazine that they made? It was the Bastillodon. The very first, the only Thunder Lizard that Games Workshop has ever created was quite literally just the early, it was basically the early iteration of the Bastillodon. So I just don't think they would be that interested in doing a Thunder Lizard, because I don't think they could do it justice. Maybe that's the way I need to say it. I don't think they could do it justice. I know they would want to, but I think with the kind of restrictions that they would have on them because of the nature of the game, they just wouldn't be able to do it. I thought Arcanodons got retconned out. No, they're still around. I mean, they're not playable because they got replaced. The Arcanodon was introduced in the Lustria supplement for 6th edition Warhammer Fantasy Battles that was featured of Clan Pestilence versus the Cult of Sotek. It was introduced there. It never received an official mini, but they did show a kit bash to show what it would look like. And they gave you instructions on how to kit bash your own. Ah, there's the Nemesis Crown. All right, we gotta go get it. Oxiodal, let's ride. Really? I have to kill that guy and you put me way the fuck over here? Well, whatever, I'm not gonna kill him. I'm gonna go get my crown. Screw the mission. But actually, I guess you can go stomp out this. So the Arcanodon, after it was introduced, Games Workshop really, really liked the idea. Like, they loved the Engine of the Gods, because that was the first time the Engine of the Gods had been introduced as a concept. However, they did not really have... they didn't want to make a new dinosaur model, because that would have been really expensive to make a brand new sculpt for a new dinosaur. So what they did instead was that they remade the Stegodon sculpt for 7th edition Warhammer Fantasy, and they introduced 2 new variants on the Stegodon, where they introduced the Stegodon with the giant blowpipes, and they introduced the Stegodon with the Engine of the Gods, which they stole from the Arcanodon. However, if you read the Lizardman Army books and the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition supplement for 4th edition, which is also approved by Games Workshop, the Arcanodon is explicitly mentioned. So it is talked about in the background. It's not a playable model anymore, but it still exists as a creature in the universe. So Total War would be fully within their rights to use it, and I think it would work very well, in my humble opinion. Actually, you know what? I need more. Daddy needs money. That being said, that's just my opinion. You can absolutely feel free to disagree with it. Yeah, so that's what I would envision for a Lizardmen DLC. That being said, I think, yeah, I agree with Cypher on the YouTube chat. I think you could absolutely do a Thunder Lizard as like a mechanic, like where it shows up in a sense. Like maybe you get it as an active ability in a battle, where like you summon like a Thunder Lizard and it like rampages across the battlefield and just obliterates anything that gets in its way. Alternatively, you could do like a you could do it where it's like it shows up on the campaign map, and it's able to, you know, really mess some shit up by running people over in some way, shape, or form. Like, there are things you could do with it. I just would not make it a recruitable unit. Yeah, making it like a Lizardman Cataclysm spell, that would be super fun. I think that would be really fun. Because there is actually a similar animation they could use. If you play as the Ogre Kingdoms, if you build up an Ogre camp, there's a certain building you can get that gives you a wind spell, an army ability wind spell, that summons a stone horn that like rampages across the battlefield. So if you took that concept and just dialed it up to 11, you could basically just make it like that.
G_2 each year. X100. Hey Lawmaster. Love the content. I am curious about Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. In your opinion, which is the best edition to start?
My opinion is that 4th edition is by far the best edition. Like, it's not even close. 4th edition blows the other editions out of the water. However, I think that 4th edition does have a fair amount of flaws, which is something that me and Andy Law talk about quite frequently. I would really recommend joining the Lawhammer YouTube channel and the Lawhammer Discord, and I guess also their Twitch account, because why not? They have like a whole bunch of channels that are dedicated to just chatting about the roleplay game, where you can get a lot of really helpful advice on how to improve the systems in the game and make them work better for you, as well as like Andy Law has like his own unique interpretations of a lot of the rules, so you can always read about that to learn more. Ah, there it is, the Nemesis Crown. We found it, boys. We're gonna grab that. So this is the shitty little goblin, Damad Howlers. So this is the Night Goblin army that found it. And you can see it's led by Muncha Spitebacker. But in the interest of time, I'm just going to auto-resolve. And we're going to take the money. So we got the Nemesis Crown! On Oxiodal of all people. So what does this baby do? Oh, interesting. So it's ward save for all monster units. Interesting. Monster units. That is going to be really fucking scary when we max that out here in a second. Or here in a minute. So now that we've got the Nemesis Crown, we can go back to just teleporting around the world. Because every time we teleport, we're able to find new people to pick on. Who we will be sacrificing to the Nemesis Crown. With extreme prejudice. So many monsters on Oxiodal? Not yet, but you better believe that all I have to do is make sure I get the monster building up and running, and then teleport home and pick up a shitload of monsters. That's interesting that for Lizardmen it's monster focus. I would have almost expected that to be, like, ogres. But we're going to make sure to get it to the tier 5 version. Or at least get it to where we can see the tier 5 version. I feel like ogres or Grand Cathay is the next DLC. I mean, that's very possible. Could be. I think I've heard some people in chat saying that Legend hears from his source, who I think is full of shit, that, that's who's going to be next. Have I ever tried historical Total War games? I started with them, yeah. My first ever Total War game was Total War Shogun 2. And I have very, very fond, affectionate memories of Shogun 2. It was a extremely enjoyable experience that definitely shaped my love for strategy games. It was probably my favorite strategy game ever made, besides Warcraft 3 and Total War Warhammer, obviously. I don't play it anymore, but I enjoyed it very, very much back then for what it was. It was a really good game, had a lot of really fun mechanics. Let's see, I'm just gonna throw sanctums all over the fucking place. Let's put one in Middenheim. Because this will just give me more places that I can teleport to later, and I can turn into I can start turning into like an evil tyrant whenever I show up in these places. Because when in doubt, be a tyrant. If you're doing a Nemesis Crown campaign, you might as well be the baddie. I feel like the Slan would wake up and like come out and see what Tehennim's doing and be like, oh no. Like, oh no. Oh nice, we have a 2nd generation life Slan. Hell yeah, brother.
The Empire.
I like how a lot of races, like the Lizard and the Nemesis Crown, basically prevents intrafaction diplomacy. Yeah, it'll certainly nuke it from orbit. Because, yeah, that's what the Empire's gimmick is unique, is that the Empire, if I recall correctly, the Empire is the only race I've seen so far where the Nemesis Crown makes the other members of your race like you more. Wow, he really ran back the way I had come from? You little shit. Wait, I could ambush stance. That'd probably be smarter. Now, the real bitch is that our economy is going to start getting more expensive very quick. I'm so sick of this stupid Zinch curse. Alright, we're going to send our Croc Squad to start smashing stuff, and we need to start investing very heavily in monies. Yeah, CA did tease another Empire DLC in the Q&A. Yeah, it's probably not going to be for a while, but yeah, they're definitely doing another Empire Q&A. The fact that the Celestial Hurricanum is not in this one is really all that you need to know. Like, the second you don't see that Celestial Hurricanum, your brain should go, oh, okay, there's another DLC. Because I think at the very least, they're going to want to get in the... they're going to want to get in all of the additional... units. I want to chase down this piece of shit, and he just keeps running away from me. It's very annoying. Do I take more attrition damage? No, I don't. Okay, it's the same. The Celestial Hurricanum. It's like the Lore of Heaven's version of the Luminarch of Hysh. So instead of being like a single entity war wagon thingamajigger that buffs buffs your defense by giving like a localized ward save and shooting like a giant laser beam, instead it is able to summon storms. So, you know, it casts storm magic, so it unleashes storms on the enemy, and it provides offensive buffs to nearby units. So it'll probably give, like, melee attack to all nearby units, for instance. Stuff like that. Ah, gotcha, bitch. We'll just loot and occupy so I can heal well before we move on to the next area. Let's work on getting up to upkeep production, because we're gonna need that. Because our army is going to get very, very expensive. Do I see the Hobgoblin Khan as a viable greenskin legendary lord? No. No, I do not. If they do the Hobgoblin Khan, he would be his own unique race. If they do the Hobgoblin Khanate, it will be a standalone race. It will not be part of the greenskins. And there's no way that it would be part of the Chaos Dwarfs. But yeah, no. Greenskins absolutely fucking hate hobgoblins. Like more than anything else, pretty much. That would be like putting Chaos Dwarfs in the Dwarf roster. They despise one another. In the meantime, though, you could absolutely mess around with the idea. Like, the Hobgoblin Khanate is a faction I want to do a video on pretty soon, where I talk about like what it could theoretically be, because the Hobgoblin Khanate could absolutely be a thing. There's enough there. It would be part of my mini race pack proposal series. So like I've only done one so far, which was the video I did on Araby. So it would be similar to Araby in that it would be a relatively small, self-contained story or faction that only has like 1 or 2 lords, and it gets its initial DLC and that's it, it's done. It would not be like a giant, full fucking crazy thing. Is Gorok or Krokkar stronger in the lore? Krokkar. Yeah. Warhammer Winds of Magic I've always thought was weird. I expect like fire, earth, wind, water, but they have like dark, shadow, light. Oh, well, first of all, Alves, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a great day. Mods, can we get a shout? Oh, you beat me to it. Now we're playing Total War Warhammer 3. What are y'all doing? What's thou up to? We are currently committing war crimes with Oxiodal because I am hunting down the Nemesis Crown and maximizing it on all the different races to figure out what all of its unique effects are. So we're working on the Lizardman Nemesis Crown right now with Oxiodal. Murdering as we go. Oh, I can't teleport because I'm at war with them. Okay, if I just walk over here, now we can teleport. Yoink! Thank you for the raid. By the way, if y'all are new here, hello there. I'm Lord Master of Sotek, considered by many to be kind of one of the preeminent authorities on Warhammer Fantasy lore and literature. I've been involved with the Total War series since its inception, and I've been around for a long time in the community. And I help out where I can and try and predict what's going to happen in the future and do all sorts of other cool stuff. So if any of that sounds interesting to you, then please consider sticking around and hanging out with us. And holy shit, Carmen Lewis gifting 10 subs or members on the YouTube stream. Thank you so much. I'm also co-streaming on YouTube and Twitch simultaneously because this event, everyone is so excited about the DLC. I figured I might as well be in both places at once because why not, right? So thank you all for joining us, and we hope you're having a lovely day. Best lore videos on YouTube. Oh, thank you. That's super sweet. Thank you so much. What were y'all doing? Oh, you were playing some Mazda Mundi. Nice. The good old King Toad himself. Love Mazda Mundi. Even if he is a little bit of a genocidal maniac sometimes. He is a sweetheart. When he's not obliterating human settlements for waking him up during his precious nap time. But to be fair, if someone woke me up during my nap time, I would also be extremely upset. To be fair. So I do think his upsetty spaghetti was a reasonable response. Thank you again, Carmen. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this turn. Amazons would be a neat faction that could ally with Lizardman. Yeah, Amazons would be fucking awesome. Amazons would be, I would be so eager to see how Games Workshop would try to handle, or Creative Assembly would try to handle Amazons, because Games Workshop has two very different versions of them. And I have no idea what version that they would consider canon now, because a lot has changed since they were originally introduced, as far as you know, what makes the Amazons the Amazons. Because if you like go back in the day, they were essentially a like if you go way back. Oh, that's a lot of Nurgle demons. That's a lot of Nurgle demons. You know what? Give me the ability to summon cold ones. And then I don't need all this. It's just expensive. Shoo. And then I could say, nah, I'd win. Nah, I'd win. Yeah, gameplay-wise, for anyone that's tuning in, this is probably going to be a fairly boring stream because we're literally just speeding through on the easiest difficulty to just hunt down Nemesis Crown and upgrade it as fast as we can in the interest of speed. So, do forgive me if you're like, oh, he's not fighting any of the battles. We're not going to, because our goal is just to make the crown powerful real quick, and that way we can just move on to the next campaign. So, like, after this, like, hopping over to, like, Norska, for instance. So, hopefully, that's cool with you, dear viewer. What was I talking about before I got distracted? I feel like I was ranting about something. And I am definitely no longer aware of what it was. Whatever was in my head has departed for greener pastures. Amazon. Ah, thank you, Amazon. Yeah, so the original version of the Amazons was pretty tame, right? It was just like, oh, there are these really big muscle mommies in the jungle who are really powerful, sexy ladies. And there are some rumors that they might have been here since the beginning, and there are some rumors that instead they're just, like most agree that they're just Norscan women who were originally known as Valkyries. And when like some of the early Norscans were like, yo, when like the Norscans originally arrived in Lustria, some of the early Norscans were like, hey, like we're in a really dangerous environment. That means the ladies need to quit being super like big muscle mommy warrior fighters, and they need to instead focus on having kids and maintaining the homestead. And the Valkyries were like, how about you go fuck yourself? And they left. And so the Valkyries peaced out, and they fought their way along the coastline of Lustria down from Skeggy, or until they arrived at Amazon Island, and then they found something there and they set up shop, and they've been there ever since. But they're like a super mysterious force that often act as guides for those who wander into their part of the jungle, and they will help out with various little things here and there, and yada 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 yada. But amongst all of this, you have notes. There have been different interpretations. So like an interpretation that a lot of people are very familiar with, which was the big interpretation in like the late 80s, very early 90s, and was a version they were gonna run with for like first edition. First edition Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, this is like way back, so like early 90s, late 80s. The version of the Amazons they were gonna run with for that was that the Amazons were instead a race of human-like warrior women who had been placed there by the Old Ones long ago, and were kind of their own Old One race that had their own objectives and desires and stuff, and some of them were like vaguely immortal, but they were a race of pure warrior women who used very hi-fi fantasy. They used Old One technology for their weapons, their culture, and their society. So they had things like, according to them, they did not procreate normally. They didn't have sex for the sake of procreation. They would only have sex for recreation. The way that they would have new generations is using, wait for it, a gene seed. They had their own gene seed because they were literally female space marines in the late 80s. They were just in Warhammer Fantasy and not 40k. Well, actually, I think back then there were some female space marines, but that's neither here nor there. But so they had a gene seed that they used to clone themselves, essentially. And they also had some essentially what was what a 40k fan would recognize as Eldar technology. So they had like something that was very similar to like the shuriken guns that it goes like blah, blah, and it shoots like the little star things. So they had a bunch of like crazy shit going on like that. And they were a very fascinating, surprisingly advanced race. Now, there's a really fascinating document you can read from a guy who was hired to do art and some other stuff for the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay First Edition supplement, where Games Workshop, or not Games Workshop, but a company that was doing the roleplay game for them. So they would have needed Games Workshop approval, but they were working on making their own Lustria book. Granted, this is back in first edition, so everything is like super fucking different. So like back then, the lizardmen were not a main race. Instead it was the Slawn, and the Slawn were purely a race of frogmen. But they were like athletic bipedal frogmen that like fought with weapons, and they had like a warrior caste and a wizard caste, and like there were a couple of vague similarities between them and the lizardmen that we have today, but it was very, very scant. So you had like the old Slawn, and the lizardmen were like a side species that lived in parts of Lustria along with the troglodytes. So you had the troglodytes, the lizardmen, and the Slawn, and the Slawn were actually like a fairly main race, but the Slawn could interact with and work with the troglodytes and the lizardmen to like join forces. And so the playable races that were supposed to be introduced in this expansion were, you were supposed to be able to play as a Slawn, an Amazon, or a Pygmy. Which, if you know anything about the Pygmies, you know that Games Workshop would quite literally rather eat their own hands than do anything ever that has to do with the Pygmies. Because the Pygmies were like super racist. They were like the most racist thing Games Workshop ever created. And Games Workshop just likes to pretend they don't exist. They're like, nope, it didn't happen. They're not real. They're not real. They don't exist. Yeah, but that book was never published, just to be clear. So whether or not Games Workshop would have approved it is kind of like, like it's it's quite possible Games Workshop would have looked at it and said, no, you have to change XYZ about it. You can't do these things. So we don't know what they would have kept. We don't know what they would have changed. So but the book is fascinating to look at, from a concept of considering what could have been, right? What might have been, which I think is always an interesting idea to kind of fiddle around with. But beyond that, you have things like so with the Amazons, it would be particularly interesting to see Creative Assembly try and tackle them, because I would be very interested to see what version they would want to go with.
Wait, that thing I sent you in DMs, is that what was on it?
Yes, that is what was that. Yes, that's what was on that. So if you can, you should read through it because it's very interesting. I'm glad it wasn't published. I will say that I am happy it was not published, because I think it would not have aged well. But it is very interesting to read. Yeah, for me, I think Creative Assembly could absolutely handle the Amazons. I would be fascinated to watch them tackle the Amazons, and what they would try to do with them. I don't think there's a great chance of that happening. To me, the Amazons probably would end up being relegated to being like a I feel like they would probably be relegated to being like a mercenary faction. So like they would release the Dogs of War DLC. I think the best case scenario for the Amazons is there'll be a Dogs of War unit. So like when they release, but in my mind, when they release the Dogs of War faction, I think the best way it could work would be that the Dogs of War would be the Talea faction. But in addition to being the Talea faction, they would also have things you could do, they would also have things you could do, such as introducing mercenary units all over the world that, depending on what faction you're playing, you're able to interact with those units and hire them. So like it would make it so that you could hire halflings from the moots. So you could get like the halfling hot pot, halfling badger riders, or halfling slingers. If you go to Amazon Island, you could hire the 4 types of Amazon units, where you could hire either the jungle warriors, the jungle warriors, the eagle warriors. Did I say jungle? Sorry. Oh god, what were the 4 types? It's eagle, jaguar. It's eagle, jaguar. Eagle, jaguar, piranha, I think. Oh god, I can't remember. There are 4 types. I just can't remember what they all are. And maybe if we were really, really lucky, even certain factions would offer like characters. So like not only could you get the 4 types of warriors, but you could also get your greedy little paws on the you could also get your your grubby little paws on the I'm having a brain fart. The a character when appropriate. So like a serpent priestess for the Amazons would, I think, be completely appropriate. Whereas like the halflings probably would not have a character. I would probably leave it only for when they had like a tabletop appropriate character. But that could be a fun way to introduce some factions that people would really like to see, who just don't realistically stand a chance of being made playable on their own. Because like you could never do an Amazon race pack. There's just not enough there. As much as I genuinely and deeply love the Amazons, at best they only ever had like 5 units ish made for them, and a lot of their stuff was like, oh, they're kind of like the lizardmen but not, and that was kind of like their whole gimmick, which I just don't think would hold up particularly well. Whereas if you made them into a force that you can kind of recruit through some fun shenanigans, that I think would work exceptionally well and be a really enjoyable experience. Once again though, just my opinion. You know what, that's gonna take so many turns. I lied, go back. I forgot that Bellicor has a portal down here. It's actually quite interesting. Am I keeping all these places? Sure, why not? And yeah, you could also introduce regiments of renown as well. So like Lumpen Crooks Fighting Cocks could be like a regiment of renown, potentially. So like, I would say factions that I don't think could get a full race pack, but could make for like a race mercenary squad would be like Albion, the Amazons, halflings, Marienburg, perhaps. Or, you could kind of introduce them all for the sake of, like, oh, you're able to get just these, like, little various benefits out of it, which would be fun, I think. What does the crown do for the lizardman? It does the same thing it does for everyone else. The unique bonus is that it seems per level, it gives you a 5% ward save to monsters in the crown bearer's army. Estalia, I think Estalia could be part of the actual like Dogs of War race, depending on how they do it. Or Estalia could be like a mini race in and of themselves. I put Estalia like the tier above the rest of those guys. Because Estalia has like a full nation to themselves, as opposed like a large one, as opposed to like just a little island, like a little cutie patootie island where there's not a lot going on. So the current crown, we have a level 3 crown. So the unique bonus, yeah, the unique bonus we have right now is the 15% ward save for monsters. Which, is that affecting my character monsters? No, it seems to only be affecting my, like, monsters, like unit monsters. But it is making my Geltbloom's Terror, Spirit of Tepok, and Pale Delph much scarier than they normally would be. I fucking hate this Tzeentch curse. Mutagenic energies is so dumb. Tzeentch keeping himself high up on my shit list. Even as I'm trying to take over the world. I heard dwarfs were a struggling race prior to the update. I mean, they're very, very fucking powerful now. They're extremely powerful now. Like, good God, they're powerful now. So I would definitely say they've improved a lot. I don't think I would have said they were really that struggling beforehand. I think I would say more that they had a very specific play style beforehand. Like there was a very particular way you were intended to play them. And if you did not play them that way, then they would definitely struggle. Now you can play them in several different ways, and I also think that their overall campaign experience is just more enjoyable. It also, the Age of Reckoning system, although it does need to be tweaked a little bit, the Age of Reckoning system is also significantly more rewarding to you as a player if you are very aggressive. Like it wants you to be aggressive with dwarfs. It is not for the faint of heart. It's not meant for the faint of heart, so to speak. Like it is sitting there being like, yeah, no, you need to be going after anyone who has ever done anything remotely close to offending you and punching them as hard as you can in the nuts repeatedly until the earth explodes. Which is fun. Like it's nice to have like that drive to be very aggressive, I think. Gnome race pack win? I think gnomes would fall under the category of a mercenary force like Amazons or halflings, but I would be thrilled to see gnomes. Maybe, you know what? Maybe that could be the hero you could get from the moot. That could be, well, no, they should come from where they're actually from, which is Glimdwero. But that would, I would love like a gnome shadowcaster hero. That would be super cool. Hey, I can put one of these under Wei Jin. I actually haven't really messed around with Oxyodal since live, or since like early Warhammer 2, I think, or Warhammer 3 rather. He has a very fun little, really does have a fun little system, doesn't he? Sisters of Sigmar. Sisters of Sigmar are a interesting case. I could see two different arguments for the Sisters of Sigmar. I could see the argument that they should be an elite type aspiring champion unit thing for the Empire faction, or I could see the argument that no, because of their history with Mordheim, they should be a mercenary unit. I don't think there's a wrong answer there. I think you could do it either way, and it would work just fine. It would just be a matter of preference. But I think you could absolutely do it one or two different ways and have a good time. I'm gonna take this random piece of territory. Oh, I can get my Dread Saurian. Want to make sure we cap out our casualty replenishment because the Nemesis Crown is going to be dragging it down. But we've got it pretty good, or pretty high now. So we can drop... you know what, we probably want to be a little more conservative with our money right now. Meanwhile, I'm just setting up shop in the Chaos Waste. And the Haunted Forest. Because why not, you know? Assuming Orcs and Goblins get another DLC. Dude, Orcs and Goblins need a Champions of Chaos DLC. I'll say it. I'll fucking say it. They need a Champions of Chaos type DLC. I would, though, instead of doing it with 4 lords, well, no, I would probably still do, I would probably do it with 3 lords and an FLC, because they have 3 sub-race faction concept ideas that need to be, well, no, 4. You could get away with 4, but they need to, they need so much. Like, they're so sad. They're so sad. They're so little and puny. And I want them to be big like bull. Like, God, they are missing so much stuff. What are they missing? Well, first of all, they are missing just an absolutely obscene number of unit variants. They don't need all of their unit variants, but they could at least use some of them. Like, I'm not a fan of the fact that right now it's like you don't get like you get like 1 of each unit, which I think is lame. Like, we need Night Goblin netters, so we need Night Goblins that throw nets, which is like a really big debuff type attack. We need the Colossal Squig, which the Colossal Squig is, to be frank, kind of self-explanatory. We need the Squig Gaba, which a Squig Gaba is an artillery piece that is a very large squig that the Night Goblins will take a bunch of smaller squigs and they'll like stuff all of the they'll take all these smaller squigs and like coat them in like this really gross like material, and they'll like stuff all the little squigs into the Squig Goblins mouth, and it like tastes really bad, so it spits them out. But when it spits them out, the material that they've coated them with not only makes the squigs taste bad, but when they land on the ground, they explode. Then we need Black Orcs with shields. We need the Big Stabba, which the Big Stabba is a very large, like a giant spear that's carried by 2 Savage Orcs that they're like, ah, and they run and like stab people. We need that should have like super hardcore anti-large and just be really fun. We'll take 1 turn to heal, and then we will continue our aggression. We also need we need Savage Orc Great Shamans to lead our armies, so that we have a Big Wah generic lore caster, as well as you know, a Big Wah generic lore caster, and you can run like Savage Orc themed armies. We also need okay, well, hold on. Let me actually like think for a second instead of trying to play and think at the same time. So we need, starting with legendary lords, We need Gorfang Rockgut, who should be your super big tanky tank orc lord who's got sword and shield, and he's designed to just be tanky as fuck. He rules out of Black Crag, and he has a unique gimmick where he is the only greenskin lord that has access to trade as a mechanic, because that's his whole thing, is that he understands the concept of an economy, and he's more of someone that likes to extort people for money and allow them to give him money in exchange for him not like punching their faces in. And he would give you he would actually give us another, that way we have like 2 decent greenskin characters down in the Badlands, and we go back to having a greenskin lord starting in Black Crag, which it's a shame that we don't right now. Then we get Tenant Four Eyes, which Tenant Four Eyes is a goblin great shaman of the spider tribes. So he would give us a legendary lord goblin who has access to the he's a legendary lord forest goblin that would give us access to the lore of the Little Wall, and he would also be your forest goblin legendary lord. So, you know, he would have like we could give him a unique giant spider mount, and he's a unique Ragnarok mount, but he's all about spiders and buffing the shit out of your spiders, and it's just big spiders for days, more spiders than you could shake a stick at. Then and he could start in the Black Pit in the Empire. So he'd go right here in the Black Pit, which is of course a legendary like place for greenskin kind. Like, it is one of the most sacred sites in the world to forest goblins. So he would go in the Black Pit. Then you would get Gorbad Ironclaw, which Gorbad Ironclaw was one of the super big bads of the greenskin race. He successfully destroyed a pretty considerable portion of the Empire. He actually wiped out an entire Grand Province, which is super duper impressive. He destroyed Solent. I forgot that you could build Silent Sanctums in enemy territory. That is absolutely fucking hilarious. So, and his whole gimmick is that he, of course, is your big pig rider lord. So he has he has a unique, nasty one-tusked boar that he rides on that's just like the angriest motherfucker. So he's your big cavalry character. He's all about buffing your pigs and your boar chariots and all that other stuff. So he's a really big mounted super character. And I would put him somewhere really unique. Like, I would send him to Grand Cathay, perhaps, because he could go anywhere, because he got defeated hundreds of years ago, and he was never killed, but nobody knows where he went. He just kind of vanished. So you could send him to Lustria or Grand Cathay or wherever. You could literally send him anywhere, and it would be fine, because nobody's seen him in like a century. Or centuries. So him showing up just randomly out of the blue and being like, "Hey bitches, I'm here," would be fine. And then for the last one, I would do Gorfang Rockgut, Tenant Four Eyes, Gorbad Ironclaw. Yeah, that's all. So you do those 3. And then for legendary heroes, I would pull out Snaggler Grobspit, which Snaggler Grobspit is your he is your big bad forest goblin hero level character who rides on a unique giant spider. And he's super duper nasty and is big into like ambush warfare and like he can join any of your greenskin armies. But you would also get the Wolf Rider character, whose name I am blanking on like a motherfucker right now. Gatilla the Hunter. Yeah, so Gatilla the Hunter would be your next big character. Nope, we got one more level. So you get Gatilla the Hunter, and then you would get one orc legendary hero, which I would, at least one, which I would probably recommend going with, although like he feels very Grimgore specific, I would be fine with kind of allowing him to be available to any greenskin army, because it's quite reasonable that Grimgore, like, he would get bored of Grimgore, or Grimgore would chase him off and he could just join anybody, which would be Bogrut Facebeater. So yeah, I would, because Bogrut Facebeater had like a whole playable profile in the Storm of Chaos, just like Garagrim Iron Fist did. So I would do Bogrut Facebeater as the last one to give you an orc legendary hero. So you have those nerds. Then from there, for your new generic lords, you get the Night Goblin Shaman, the Forest Goblin War Boss, and the Savage Orc, and the Savage Orc Great Shaman. I would do those three. I could see the argument for like, oh, shouldn't there really be a like a Black Orc War Boss? I can see the argument for that, but I have ended up going with 3-3-3, so I'm just gonna stick with my 3-3-3 system. So I would do that. Then from there, I would go with, for your new generic heroes, I would do the Night Goblin Big Boss, the Forest Goblin Shaman, and the Savage Orc Big Boss would be the three generic heroes I would give. And then for the units, I would do the Savage Orc Big Stabba. Hey, Rykarth. Or, Rakarth. Bye, Rakarth. Nice knowing you, chump. I would do the Savage Orc Big Stabba. Then I would do the, I would focus on definitely the things I'm missing, and then once I got everything that I'm missing, I could turn my attention back to variants. So I would do the Savage Orc Big Stabba, Forest Goblin Gigantic Spider Riders, which would be a monstrous cavalry unit, because gigantic spiders are like a thing. I'd also introduce gigantic spiders as a new mount option for all melee goblin heroes, and yeah, all melee goblin heroes. Then you would get, and also the wolf chariots and the boar chariots for all appropriate mounted character, or all characters that can take them as a mount. Then I would do Night Goblin Netters, Colossal Squigs, Squig Gabbas, Black Orcs with Shields, Forest Goblin Infantry. So for Forest Goblin Infantry, I would probably do like Forest Goblins with spears, and give them the ability to do like poison. Like they'd have like poisonous spears, and they'd have like actual anti-large, because they're used to hunting like big spiders everywhere, which are always large entities. So I would make them an actual anti-large goblin infantry unit. That way Forest Goblins have like some representation outside of just the cavalry. Then I would do, I already said Night Goblin Netters, I'm pretty sure. So then from there you could do, see, am I missing any other units? That's the real question. Mangler Squigs, yes, thank you. Mangler Squigs, that's 9, and I think I would cap myself at 15. So that's 9. I think that's all the missing units. So from there you could just do, oh no, the Goblin Spear Chukka. The Goblin Spear Chukka. So the Goblin Bolt Thrower. And then that would leave you with 5 variant slots. You could try and get away with snotling swarms. I think snotling swarms would be fun, just like nurglings, because snotlings are like a very similar concept and profile, so to speak. So I think that would be super duper cool. So you got that. Then there would be, so that leaves you with 4 more slots. I've already done black orcs with shields. So then I would, to wrap up, I would probably want to do, I think I would do orc boys with spears and shields. So they have a fairly minor anti-large. It's more about giving them charge defense against large and melee damage reflection to at least give the greenskins like a type of more defensive leaning orc unit. Then I would do, for the variants I have to think very carefully. We already have squick hoppers. So then I would probably do, oh, the Arachnarok spider with web flingers. Gotta get that. That's an actual missing thing. Which web flingers are large catapults on the back of the Arachnarok instead of like the main crew. And so like they'd still shoot like maybe a couple arrows, but kind of like how the Stegodon has multiple variants, the Arachnarok's supposed to have a different variant with the web flinger, where it throws like a big spider web that hits units and debuffs them, as opposed to doing, it's more of like a debuff system as opposed to dealing a lot of damage system. So yeah, the Arachnarok variant, and then I'd probably do, maybe a variant on Savage Orcs.
Null _ Captain _ Hammond.
Could do
cheered.
Orcapults.
X100. If / watched anime, which one do you think he or she / should / they would be its favorite?
I don't know, what's the most degenerate, excessive, garbage anime you could possibly think of? I don't know if Slaanesh would, I don't think Slaanesh would have particularly good taste in anime. I feel like Slaanesh would want the most over-the-top, sensual, in-your-face, violating experience that could be had. So, whatever the answer would be, it would be not good. It probably would be something you shouldn't watch. Now, if we were going to assume that Slaanesh is a little more tame, and Slaanesh is less obsessed with, like, if we're bringing Slaanesh down to like slice of life levels.
X100. I think it would like Initial D. Initial D's nuts.
Thank you, Hammond. I will say that if you were trying to make Slaanesh a little more wholesome and you were going with more like the memes about Slaanesh as opposed to what Slaanesh is actually like, where, you know, it's like a horrible, degenerate god that wants to see... Because remember, it's not just about sex, right? It's about everything in excess. So Slaanesh isn't like, oh, I want the, like, most over-the-top, sexy hentai in existence. It would be, I want the most violating piece of media that is an assault on all the senses. So it's like wild colors and insane audio and bizarre concepts, and is stretching the boundaries of what has been done before. Not just, oh, what's the sexiest thing? That being said, once again, if you were trying to dial Slaanesh down to be more like your sexy roommate that's watching things that you would rather they didn't when you had your parents over, I feel, honestly, from what, I haven't watched it yet, but from what I understand about it and its sense of humor, I feel like a more wholesome version of Slaanesh would probably enjoy a show like Konosuba. I do think unironically that Berserk would probably be quite popular with Slaanesh. Hey Morger, I'm here to blow up your house. Hope you don't mind. But yeah. Honestly, I feel like all the Chaos Gods would probably enjoy Berserk. I feel like Berserk has a little something for all of them. Like, Slaanesh is like loving the intrigue and the plot twists. Khorne's loving the grotesque, over-the-top fight scenes with like the crazy violence and gore and stuff. Slaanesh is enjoying just like the sheer excessive depravity that takes place in a lot of elements of the show, and Nurgle's just having a good time. Nurgle just wants to hang out with everybody. Though, actually, no. Nurgle would enjoy the despair that show invokes, and a lot of people that... Like, that show is a very heavily despairing show. Like, it's dark. So, Nurgle would be like, yeah. Slaanesh would pop off at the eclipse? Yeah. Yeah. I really hope that... I will say, I've never actually, like, read or watched through Berserk. Everything I know about it is, like, absorbed through, like, video essays and, like, cultural osmosis, which can have you learn a surprising amount. I would really, really love to see Berserk get, like, a good anime adaptation, because it seems all the anime adaptations that it's had have been not necessarily super great. I should watch it though, like, it's informed so much of like modern dark fantasy, it's not even funny. Didn't the creator pass away before he had a chance to finish it? Because I know he passed away fairly recently, like only like a couple years ago or something. He did, yeah. Whenever I see Terratus, I always want to call him Tetris, which I feel like would be a surprisingly appropriate name for a Greater Demon of Tzeentch. There we go. All right. Finished crown. So we have the max tier crown for the Lizardman. So, oh no. Oh no. Wow, that's an interesting debuff. So the Lizardmen get the Feral Rage ability on their entire army. So if anyone in your army gets to half health, you lose control of them for 40 seconds. Holy crap. So that's only at tier 5, but that is a spicy ability. However, you do get a 25% ward save for all monsters. So if you're gonna run the Nemesis Crown with Lizardmen, you need to be running a Dino army. Like, you've gotta run a Dino army. Otherwise, it's gonna be kind of meh. That is no bueno right there. Funny. Alright, so we'll take a screenshot. Alright, so it is 1 a.m. and I have Lorebeards in the coming morning. So I think this is going to be a perfect place to call it. We got Malakai all wrapped up. We also acquired yet another Nemesis Crown. So I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Though we could talk for just a couple minutes because I do want to answer a couple of just the last few questions here. So if you have any last minute questions, now's the chance to ask. We'll just chat for a minute, but we'll kind of wrap up just because we got Lorebeards in the morning. Though after Lorebeards, we'll hop straight back into more Total War. Great Horned Yak. Thank you so much for the super chat. I'm sorry I just saw it. What's left for the Skaven to join Thanquol? Who would I pair him with in the Lord Pack? You could pair Thanquol with literally anyone. He's such a fucking goober that he could fight literally any character in Warhammer Fantasy and it just works. I've seen a lot of memes about him versus Nagash, but I think that's more just like who's going to get the 100th Legendary Lord slot as opposed to necessarily like an ideal DLC, just because I don't think Nagash would be able to come with a lot of stuff necessarily. But I would, if Thanquol came in a Lord Pack, I mean, yeah, you could put him with anybody. Quite honestly, I mean, if I was going to put him with anyone, I would probably do like Skaven, Dwarfs, and Lizardmen, maybe, or Skaven, Dwarfs, and Cathay, Skaven, Dwarfs, and Ogre Kingdoms. Skaven, Dwarfs, and somebody. Yeah, as far as what can come with him, it depends on, so definitely Vermin Lords. So we know without a shadow of a doubt we're going to get Vermin Lords, I think, with Thanquol. So we'll get the Exalted Vermin Lord as a Lord choice, and then we'll probably get a generic Vermin Lord unit. Then in addition to that, there's a okay chance we'll get Storm Fiends.
Null _Captain _Hammond cheered. X100. Thanquol versus Nagash. The Undead and the Undone.
The Undone? That's so mean to Thanquol. The Undone. Oh. So you could do, like, if we get Storm Fiends, which I would be very happy about, we could see like 2 to 3 variants of Storm Fiends, the Vermin Lord, the Exalted Vermin Lord. Maybe they could finally give us a fucking shooting hero for the Skaven. I don't know what it would be, but it'd be really nice to get a hero with a goddamn shooting weapon. Like, honestly, I would be happy for them to just upgrade the Warlock Engineer and give him a rifle or a pistol. Like, just give him something. If they could give him, like, if they could make his little halberd thing into, like, a warp musket so he shoots it, or they make it at, like, long range, I would be so fucking happy. And give, like, the Warlock Engineer the ability to have, like, a warp pistol so you can, like, shoot at close range. That would, oh my god, that would make me so happy. So, anyway, so I would do Thanquol. Legendary hero would be Screech Vermin King, who's the Vermin Lord special character. So you use Screech Vermin King as legendary hero. Then you've got the new generic lord would be the Exalted Vermin Lord. The new generic hero, I think we have all of them, right? We've got the assassin, we've got the Warlock Engineer, we've got the Plague Priest, we've got the Packmaster, and we've got the Chieftain. So yeah, we have all 5. So I would not give them a generic hero. I would just say, hey, let's fix the Warlock Engineer and the Warlock Master and make them have ranged attacks. I would use that effort there. And then for the new units, you get 1 to 3 variants of Storm Fiends. I'd probably do it like you get a ranged variant and a melee variant, and you could probably call it there and just have them have like mixed weapons. But you'd probably get like a ranged variant, a melee variant, maybe like a hybrid variant. So you have like one that's long range, one that's kind of like short range melee, and then one that's pure heavy melee. Then you get the generic Vermin Lord, and then for the last unit, give me like giant rats. It's just like a large swarmy unit. Just like a fuck ton of giant rats. That's just like kind of a swarm type unit. That would be great. Because that would give you like a good low tier unit in the mix. So that would be nice. I would take that. I would take that. Also,
Thorgrim
give
cheered.
the warlord and the chieftain
Have you tried
the
Araby mod and
palanquins.
what you want out as Araby DLC? I think
They're called
Janus
rat
would be a
litters.
unit upgrade system like the Chaos Warriors with the slaves unit upgrade system.
Give me fucking scaven war litters where you have like the couple of storm vermin holding up a little like palanquin thing that a warlord or chieftain standing on. He's like, ah. That way we can get fucking. The only thing I'm butthurt about with Thrones of Decay, genuinely swear to God, the only thing I'm butthurt about with Thrones of Decay is that the dwarves did not get a mount. I understand they didn't do the engineers because it's not an 8th edition, which, you know, fine, whatever. I am super butthurt though that they didn't at least give us shield bearers. It shouldn't be that hard. Shield bearers for Thanes and Lords would have been so fucking nice. Thank you, Rain the Descender, for the Prime sub. From Megan, no, is it Fromegman or Fromegman? Fromegman. Cos, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you guys. Welcome to the Red Host. Hope you enjoy our community. Enjoy the emotes that I need to get updated. If I grabbed every thank you for the super chat. If I grabbed every legendary lord in the game and threw them onto the Roman Colosseum and told them the winner gets to leave with a wish granted, who would come out on top? I don't fucking know. Whoever the writer wants to win would be the answer. I know that's a stupid answer, but that's the actual answer, is whoever the writer wants. If you're looking at it from a perspective of like, who's the most powerful character, it would probably either be, of the legendary lords, it would probably either be Be'lakor, Archaon, Mazdamundi, Malekith, Durthu, or one of the dragons, one of the dragon kids. Of the playable legendary lords, it would be one of that squad. It would have to be a wizard. Like, it would be a character who can use magic and is also dangerous in combat. Because if you can't use magic, you're not going to win. I don't care. It doesn't matter how strong you are. Magic is just too OP. Like, magic is so horrific. It's just, it curb stomps everything else. Am I going to do a fanatical deal? Yes, hopefully. I've tried reaching out to them. They haven't talked back to me. Worst case scenario, though, is that I will have a discount thing for y'all that will allow y'all to support the channel and also save some additional money. That will 100% be a thing. I don't know if it's going to be through Fanatical. It might be through a different group, but that'll 100% be a thing. The Gamer Cats, have I tried the Araby mod? Very, very briefly. What would I add as an Araby DLC? If you go to YouTube and you type in Lord Master of Sotek Araby, you will see I've made a video that talks about all of my thoughts on Araby, how I would design an Araby DLC, what's the history of Araby, what are the units of Araby, what are the legendary lords for Araby, what are the heroes for Araby, the units, what should their campaign mechanics be. Like, I've got a whole fucking video that's like down to the nitty-gritty details that came out like a year ago, or like maybe a year and a half ago, about Araby. So go check it out. How about a rat ogre bodyguard hero in the vein of Bone Ripper? The way you mark that in Roman numerals, that would be like, I don't know if you're trying to type in the 12th because you did 1 minus 12. So, or the 11th? I assume you mean the 12th. Or mark 12. I would not do a Bone Ripper type hero because I feel like that's literally just like with the chieftain, you can already put him on a rat ogre, and like run him with a bunch of tanky buffs. Like he can have guardian and everything. So I feel like the chieftain already fulfills that role for you. And that I would not do that personally. I could maybe see the argument of doing like a Storm Fiend hero that has like a unique weapon set. I could maybe see that being an argument, but I just wouldn't do a hero. I would just focus. I would rather they take the effort they would put into designing a new hero and put that effort instead into fixing the Warlock Engineer and the Warlock Master to make them genuinely unique, and also giving a new mount to the Rat Litter mount to the Chieftain and the Warlord. If they did that instead of a hero, I would consider that a fair trade. Great Horned Yak, thank you again for the super chat. I think he should be a free LC Lord because of Nuln and the Gotrek and Phoenix were rework. They could do Thankful as a free LC Lord. They absolutely could. I think people are very heavily expecting him to come with a lot of DLC stuff because he's so heavily associated with all the like end time scaven stuff. So I think there would be a bit of an uproar if he was free, because that means he would come by himself. But they could do it. I think the Skaven have at least one more DLC in them. If they don't use the end time stuff. If they use the end time stuff, I think that they have 2 DLCs left in them, because they could do a Clan Pestilence DLC, and they should do a Clan Pestilence DLC. As much as it would be kind of annoying to have 2 Clan Pestilence Lords, unless they put, like, alternatively, I will say, if they decide not to do the end time stuff, so like if Games Workshop comes down and Games Workshop says, no, you're not allowed to use Storm Fiends, you have to use other stuff, you can't use Storm Fiends. If Games Workshop pulled that card, I would say, fine, then I'm going to take Thankful, and I'm going to combine him with all of the units out of the, Lustria supplement that are all Clan Pestilence, and then with the Vermin Lords, and call it a day. Like, that would probably that's probably what I would do. That being said, I would rather get both. I think Storm Fiends would be really sexy. They would be super sexy. Linda, any chance they'll use a Dogs of War DLC to add factions to the Southlands? Do you mean like new races? Do you mean like actual Southlands humans? Or do you mean like just playable legendary lords? Because if it depends on what the Dogs of War DLC is. If the Dogs of War is just Talea, then no. One of them will be in Talea, and one of them will probably be somewhere very, very far away. If you're talking about Dogs of War as in Araby combined with Talea combined with Astalia, then yes, because there would be a new Arabian legendary lord down there, which would be like the Golden Magus probably, which would be super cool. If you're talking about like a brand spanking new race of like African mythology / cultural inspired humans, no, probably not. That would be, I mean, it's possible, but Games Workshop like hasn't even gotten remotely close to touching that yet. I think they want to, because they've been kind of leaning towards it in some more recent publications, where they've been like if you go look at the old world map, they actually mention one of the human tribes, one of the human Southland tribes that lives in that like African, like right beneath the land of the dead, where the jungle's about to start. There's actually like a human tribe notated, which is very exciting because that means Games Workshop's thinking about it. So like, is it possible? Sure. I don't like, I guess you could argue that like, oh, they could use that to make them like a DLC, like if they did Dogs of War as mercenary units, they could add a mercenary unit of these African inspired Southlands humans. That is a possibility. I think if they were going to create something that level of new, they would probably want to create like a full-on race. Because that would be a huge deal. Like Games Workshop would want to, they would want that to be big. That would not be a little thing. That would be a big thing. Because that would be something completely brand new. That wouldn't be like the Amazons, where you're just taking some really, really, really old White Dwarf article magazines and old lore from the army books and like units that had playable rules on tabletop and making them playable again. That's a fairly minor update and fairly easy to do. This would be creating something entirely new, like they did with Grand Cathay. which is 100% possible, but I would not say very likely with the Dogs of War. I would say that it would probably just be its own thing. Because, like, since we have Cathay, literally anything is possible. Anything. Could Sigvald beat Abarash? It would be a fight. It would be a very nasty fight. Sigvald would stand a very good chance. I would not feel confident calling that fight one way or the other, because Abarash's feats are pretty heavily underreported. We don't really know what Abarash is capable of. Like, he killed a zombie dragon. I think his biggest kill was the zombie dragon that Wazoran tried to kill him with, and then the, like, giant red dragon he killed on top of a mountain. But we know absolutely nothing about that dragon. Like, we don't know exactly how big it was. We don't know if it was an Emperor class dragon or if it was just like a typical dragon. We have no fucking idea what that thing was. We just know it was a dragon. And it was pretty big. So like Abarash, like, he has so few feats, we just have no idea. Comparing him against anyone is kind of a moot point. Because he's just like, it's just like, Abarash is, the best way I could describe it is that he's so vague to the point that he's basically a fan fiction character. Because we just know so little about him. Just so little. Which is a shame. Like, a fucking giant shame. And unfortunately for Abarash, oftentimes when we do hear about him outside of the dragon incident, he's losing, not winning. Like, we know that he fought Gilles Le Breton, but he lost. Like, he got his butt whooped by Gilles. Honorably, of course. But, like, you know, Gilles Le Breton, of course, is, like, insane. And that was also Abarash, you know, like 1,000 years ago. And presumably he's only gotten stronger. Alright. Last few things here. What are the odds they leave End and Koresh empty forever? I would say quite low. I would say very, very low. I think they fully ultimately intend to completely fill those out. That being said, I think it depends on the success of the franchise, which will hopefully continue to do very well. Scion, who would you choose as the legendary characters for Southern Realm / Dogs of War, and where should they start? I'd go with Borgio, Leopold, and Perazzo as legendary lords, and Lucrezia as the legendary heroes, starting in Talea, Border Princes, and Lestria, respectively. Based on the way you framed that question, I would assume you mean Talea as a standalone race to be the Dogs of War. If Talea was a standalone race, I would do Borgio as the big bad legendary lord, kind of like the equivalent to Archaon, Karl Franz, or Mazdamundi, or King Lewin, where he's like the central legendary lord and he starts an actual Talea. I would do Lucrezia Belladonna as a legendary lord, because she fucking killed Borgio. And she's also a character who's like horrifically, she's like one of the closest things to a Marathi among humanity, which I find really fun. And I think she would offer a very unique perspective in that she's like a super hardcore poisoner, and has like a lot of really fascinating roles. And I would put her somewhere a little more unique, for where, I would probably put Lucrezia in like the border. I feel like the Border Princes would be pretty decent for her, because it'd be like the idea that she's like been kind of chased out by Borgio's, like she's kind of like plotting to take advantage of Borgio causing all sorts of problems, but she's remained relatively close to home. So maybe she could start in like Myrmidons or some shit. I forget where Scrag starts, but like somewhere, you know, in that ballpark. And then I would, between Leopold and Perazzo, I would probably go with Leopold. Leopold's he's the Roman themed guy, right? I would do the Roman themed guy. I'm pretty sure that's Leopold. And I would put him somewhere weird, because he's exiled, which is what makes him fun. Like he gets exiled out of Talea and has to leave. So I think he would make for a really exceptionally fun character to throw away somewhere really far. And you could put him in Lustria with the colonies, which would make Mazdamundi's situation like so gross. But I would probably put him on the southern side of that little area of the colony, so he's not like right next to Mazdamundi. He's like on the southern little part of it. But that would give like another interesting Lustria character who's human, which would be kind of fun. So you'd have like Albrecht de Bordelot, Marcus Wolfhard, and then fucking Leopold, which would be a really fun little trifecta of guys. And then I would do no, not Leopold. Wait. Oh, you're Leopold the Black. Oh, I'm thinking of Lorenzo. Yeah, I would do Lorenzo. Lorenzo Lupo. Yep, I would do Lorenzo. I would Leopold the Black, I think, would make for a good legendary hero. So would Perazzo. Perazzo, I would probably just make a Regiment of Renown or like a mercenary unit you could get. I would probably not make Perazzo a full-on legendary lord or anything. I would do Lorenzo Lupo because he would have such a unique aesthetic that people would love, because he literally looks like a Roman legionnaire, like he's basically a cosplayer, for religious reasons. But then I would do Lorenzo Lupo over in Lustria to really mix shit up. And because like he's a Roman, like people would be like, oh, fucking like just pour it down my fucking throat, like an actual Roman guy. People would lose their shit. And then for legendary hero, I'd probably do Leopold the Black. Just run around being a annoying piece of shit, or Perazzo. I'd do one of those two as a legendary hero. I feel like Perazzo would probably be more appropriate because Leopold's not actually Talayan. Like, he's an Empire guy that got exiled to the Border Princes, and he's just kind of there. So I don't think I'd really consider him appropriate for Dogs of War if the goal for Dogs of War is to be Talayan. If the Dogs of War are a Talayan faction, I don't think Leopold the Black should be in there because he's not among them. He's just like this asshole Empire dude. If you were going to use Leopold, I would just add him in as a legendary hero that's available to several different factions. So like, if you put Leopold the Black in the game, I would give him, he should be recruitable by like a bunch of different factions because he's just a douchebag mercenary. So he could be recruitable by like the Empire, Bretonia, the Dogs of War, Ogre Kingdoms, Dwarfs, Tomb Kings, maybe. Like I would give him access to a hilarious amount of factions because he's just a dick that has like no loyalty to anyone. I hope they'll rework Arnessa and put her in Dogs of War. They can't really do that. Because if you couldn't really get away with that because she's part of the Vampire Coast DLC. Like, she is part of a paid piece of content that is part of the Vampire Coast. If you try and change her in a significant way, you're like fucking with stuff that people spent money on, and that's just not going to go over well. The best thing you could do would be making her into sort of like a hybridized faction like they did with Sigvald. So like how Sigvald is not a Slaanesh character, he is a warrior of Sigvald is technically a Warriors of Chaos undivided character with Slaanesh mechanics. Like, he's kind of Slaanesh-y, but when you really like sit down with him, he's Warriors of Chaos, but with a Slaanesh theme. That would be the best case scenario for Arnessa, is that she would be a Vampire Coast character with a Dogs of War theme. That being said, I think she could actually work fine as a very unique pirate faction if they just keep leaning into it. Like, give her access to Slayer pirates, give her access to Talayan units. If they make her just like a really weird motley army that has access to a random assortment of living units that are all pirate themed, I think she'd work fine. Like, she'd be great. Yeah, obviously the Ogre Pirates. The thing they need to do for Aranessa is somebody needs to go in and fix her skill tree and fix the skill trees and fix her faction mechanics so that all of her other lords can also buff her Sartosan units and her ogre units. Because the problem is right now is that it's her, like, her army is okay.
I just want more living pirates for Sartosa. Yeah.
You and a lot of people. A part of me feels that CA regrets using Aranessa. I love Aranessa. I think she's super cool, but I do think Creative Assembly regrets putting her in that roster. Because I think they're very keenly aware of the fact that everyone wants her to have like a living roster with a little bit of undead, as opposed to being an undead roster with a little bit of living. But you know, it is what it is. I will say though, someone needs to go back and fix her skill trees, because right now when you recruit her lords, they don't get any buffs for any of the ogres or Sartosans or any of that stuff, which is really dumb. They need to fix it so that her faction has unique buffs for those units. I mean, the other thing they could do with Aranessa to make her much, much more powerful from a faction mechanic side is they need to if they just give Aranessa like significant buffs to allied recruitment. So like she's better at it. She gets like, maybe she gets additional allied recruitment slots. And like her and the lords in her faction, or maybe on her skill tree, they could make it where on her skill tree, instead of her unique skills only buffing the living and allied units in her army, make it where they buff the living and allied units in faction wide. That would be probably the best way to do it, is like give Aranessa a skill that's like all armies in her faction get like +2 or +4 additional allied recruitment slots. Give her another skill that buffs all the Sartosan units, the ogre pirate units, and the slayer pirate. Hopefully, if she can get those, and make it just faction wide. That way, you don't have to rework all the other skill trees. You just have to fix her skill tree, and then you're done. That would be much more efficient, because there are some characters that are geared around faction wide buffs, like Grombrindle and the Changeling, which makes them quite nice. All right, anywho, hopefully you all had fun. Hopefully this was an enjoyable stream, and y'all got to see some cool stuff. I hope you're all really, really excited. Less than 48 hours. Wait, no, that's actually not true. There we go. Less than 72 hours before y'all will have your hands on patch 5.0 and Thrones of Decay. I hope you're all super fucking excited. It should be a fucking blast. Even though there are, of course, some things that need to be tweaked, but you know, it's fucking CA. What do you expect? I'm going to send y'all off on some raids. If you're in YouTube chat, I don't know, figure your fucking self out, go wherever you want, I don't care. I don't know anybody on YouTube. Nobody I know streams on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, I will send y'all... I barely know any of these people. I'll send y'all somewhere random. How about that? These people. Did I check out the point redeems? Oh gosh, I forgot. Let me blitz through these real fast. Lore fact: accepting alternate timelines. What's your favorite retcon of Warhammer Fantasy lore? My favorite. Oh, I mean, my favorite retcon is. My favorite retcon would have to. It depends on what you mean by retcon, and like how far back you're willing to go. Oh, Don Fandango's live?
Captain _ Hammond cheered. X100 at Don Fandango is live.
What the fuck? I can't. Fandango. Oh yeah, he is. I think. Okay, there it goes. I don't know why it was being all weird. Okay, whatever. I'll send y'all there. That way y'all can watch more Total War. Don Fandango. Okay. Anyway, it would depend on what you mean by retcon, because that's a pretty loaded term that can mean a lot of different things. I would say that generally speaking, my favorite retcon is that the lizardmen are the lizardmen that they are now, and they are not the goofy ass piece of shit garbage walking ripped toad men. We'll have to do like a history of Warhammer stream at some point where I show y'all what Warhammer used to be and how far it's come. Because like looking back at first edition Warhammer, I hate it. Or like even third edition Warhammer. I think the earliest edition that I can like tolerate is probably like fifth. There are a couple elements of third and fourth that are okay. But like I despise the old stuff. Oh my god, I despise it. My favorite retcon in terms of like a very recent retcon, probably my favorite one would be that Grimlock was made to be as old as Kroq-Gar. So back in 6th edition, and I don't remember if they changed it in 7th or 8th, but I know back in 6th edition, Grimlock was not immortal, or not immortal, but like long-lived. Grimlock was just one of many Carnosaurs that Kroq-Gar had. So like Grimlock was just the most recent Carnosaur. Whereas in, I can't remember if it was, they changed it in 7th or 8th, but in one of the last editions, they changed it where Grimlock had just been like hatched and reared as Kroq-Gar was spawned. So it meant that the two of them had been together for nearly 10,000 years, maybe over 10,000 years, because we don't know exactly when Kroq-Gar spawned. We just know it was before the Cataclysm. Though not that much, it's definitely not 10,000, because Kroq-Gar was like relatively right before the Cataclysm, so he was probably only like a couple centuries old by that point. Anyway, the fact that they had been together all that time makes their relationship a lot more meaningful, which is really important if you like Kroq-Gar the way he's portrayed in Total War, because in Total War they really lean into the relationship between Grimlock and Kroq-Gar. So I like that one a lot. Lesser known fact about Teclis. Probably a lesser known fact about Teclis is that a lot of elves, he has a very interesting dynamic in that Teclis is very sickly, right? Like Teclis spent most of his youth bedridden and barely able to do anything or move because he's so sickly. His body is so frail and he just like kind of struggles to exist. And a lot of elves see him as almost like lesser. And he was only really able to overcome that once he became a lore master. Once he took over the White Tower of Hoeth and demonstrated how powerful he was as a wizard. But he suffered pretty heavily culturally at the hands of a lot of his fellow elves, and he really despises a lot of elements of high elf culture because he suffered a lot of cruelty at their hands, which is really interesting to consider, and also explains why he's so willing to deal with the other races and why he's a lot more approachable and a lot more friendly to them. Generally speaking, is that Teclis finds many elements of what makes the High Elves to be detestable, and thinks that there are things that they could learn from the Slann, the Lizardmen, humans, maybe even dwarfs, that makes him very unique. There's also the fun fact that Teclis actually gets really, really bad motion sickness when trying to ride on a animal. Teclis actually hates being mounted. It's covered in the Black Library look, Gotrek and Felix Giant Slayer. Teclis has to ride a griffin very briefly in the book, and he's like fucking losing his shit. Like he does not like being mounted on anything. He does not like being on horses. He does not like being on great eagles. He does not like being on griffins. He hates all of them. The only way he'll even try and ride on them is he'll use his magic to kind of like try and dominate their brains to try and make them more pliable, because the way they just move around makes him very sick. And he's also scared that if they rear or they freak out or whatever, if they throw him off, it could kill him very, very easily. That's something like a lot of people do not understand how frail Teclis is even now. The only reason Teclis can even move around and do the stuff he does is because he basically has a bunch of fucking like magic cocaine on him. He carries a bunch of magical potions, the potions of Troy, around that another wizard brewed for him when he was younger, but he learned to make them himself. And he has to drink those potions constantly to keep himself going. It's his version of coffee, but like for his, if he doesn't drink it, he'll literally die.
So he's not a power bottom like I thought? There goes my Twinklies theory.
No, I don't think he's a power bottom. Though there is a fun scene in the opening of that same book, Gotrek and Felix Giant Slayer, where the scene you literally start off with like meeting Teclis, like the first time you see Teclis in the book, is he's literally like waking up in bed after having like fucked 2 elf twins, because since he's the High Lore Master, you know, he gets it. But it's so, but there's some funny elements about elf culture in that, and like in the way he views everything. It's a very funny book. Like Giant Slayer, although it's incredibly epic and it's one of the most important books in the Gotrek and Felix series for a couple of notable moments, but it is one of the funniest books, because Teclis is a genuinely hilarious character, not because he's trying to be funny, but because he's so negative about a lot of things that you can't help but find him to be fucking hilarious. Because he's so tired of everything, dude. He's just so tired. And he's like a baby by elf standards. He's like the equivalent of like a 13 to 16-year-old doomer. Lorfac, can you talk about Scaven Engineer warp firearms and how they work? Are they similar to flintlocks or whatever? Is that no? It depends on the device. Scaven technology is incredibly unreliable because it's not made consistently. They're not able to mass produce it in a very consistent fashion, which is why it's so prone to misfiring, is that they're constantly fucking with each other's creations. And even if a Skaven, I'll put it this way, canonically, when a Skaven engineer creates something that works like an actual functioning device that's not going to blow up and kill him, that Skaven engineer will deliberately sabotage his own notes. Like, he'll alter all of his own notes to incorrectly specify what he did to make it, so that if anyone tries to copy his notes, it'll kill them. Like, if they copy his notes word for word and recreate his device, and they try and fire it, it'll blow up and kill them, because that eliminates a rival. So Skaven technology is like hilariously inconsistent. So whether it would be flintlock or matchlock or like any of the other types of way firearms are fired is going to depend wildly on which engineer was making it, or which clan was making it at the very least. That being said, there are some really cool sketches that you can find probably online that have been made in the various, if you read Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition Children of the Horned Rat, they have a lot of really beautiful artistic renderings of like detailed information about Skaven technology and like kind of how it functions. You can also find some interesting notes in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th Edition, Children of the Horned Rat, and the Children of the Horned Rat supplement bonus, whatever it's called, like the secondary book that comes alongside it that you can buy separately. There's also some interesting notes if you can get your hands. One of the most impressive pieces of art that's really hard to find now is if you go look up the Warhammer Fantasy 6th Edition Big Red Book or Core Rule Book, which was a black and white book that used very artistic. It had a very interesting form of art because the section that's describing all of the armies is described from a single narrator who's this guy. He's like a scholar in the Empire, and he's basically talking about all the different fantasy races. So instead of it being like a God-given view on information about them and all this stuff, it's from an in-universe scholar's perspective and the information he can gather about them. And he has like sketches about like the various races. So he'll have like sketches and like little notes on his sketch pad in his book about like their anatomy or their skulls or their technology or their the way their like structures are built and stuff like that. and he has some really cool stuff about Skaven in there. So I would just recommend trying to maybe check out those books. That would probably be a better question for Andy Law, though, so maybe ask him that tomorrow during Lore Beards. Is it possible for a Dwarf Slayer to be redeemed without dying? Is it technically possible? Yes, but they would have to do something like absolutely maddeningly impressive, like kill a Chaos God, or like, I mean, I'll put it this way: Gotrek. Think about everything that Gotrek has done. That is not enough. Grimnir holding shut one of the gates of chaos and holding off the legions of demons and the dark gods themselves for almost 10,000 years by himself wasn't enough. And it's not because there's some, and the problem with a dwarf slayer being redeemed has nothing to do with like there being some guardian that's or some god that's like, you know what? Hey, you earned enough brownie points, you're forgiven now. It has to do with the slayer themselves. It has to do with that the slayer as an individual, to get to the point where they were willing to take the Slayer Oath, they have so much self-loathing and they believe what they've done is so horrifically unforgivable that the idea that they can be forgiven would be insane to them. So it's not that they would have to accomplish some amazing task per se to stop being a Slayer. It's that you would have to convince them to forgive themselves. Which, like, that's already hard enough to do with, like, fucking humans. Like, on a dwarf, it's virtually impossible. But it can be done. More often than not, though, what you would have to do is you would probably have to find a way to correct whatever happened that caused that dwarf to take the grudge in the first place. So, like, a really good example of, like, a hypothetical situation is if you had a Slayer who took the Slayer Oath because he believed his family was killed by a greenskin invasion that wiped out his hold, and he wasn't able to save them, or he didn't do something right, and it led to him believing that his whole family was killed. But then it turns out that later in his storyline, he finds out that his family actually didn't die, like they survived, and they're still there. So the thing that he swore the Slayer Oath over is not true, and it's no longer relevant. Then I say that would be a very fair argument for that. He has the ability at that point to consider his oath fulfilled once he has learned that information. But, you know, debatably, there are acts that you could do that would qualify as being a big enough deal that you have successfully achieved your oath and you are free to go. So, you know, there's that. So like closing a chaos gate would be a good example. Killing a god would probably be a good one. Maybe like saving the High King of the Dwarfs from an assassination that's like mere moments away from killing him. And then furthermore, or, you know, maybe like rescuing and rediscovering an ancestor god. That could be a good one. Like bringing back one of the ancestor gods. That would be a good one. Stuff like that. But that, like, that level of bullshit. Like, it would have to be, like, a world-changing thing. Then last one, speaking of Throt, interesting lore fact about Throt of the Skaven. Probably, like, the most interesting thing I could probably tell you about Throt off the top of my head is that Throt is a lot older than you probably think he is. Most Skaven die of old age before they're 10 years old, and Throt is at minimum in his 40s. He's probably, like, he's probably in his 50s, to be honest, but he's been around for, like, a while. He's very old by Skaven standards. Granted, there are some Skaven that are hundreds of years old, but very, very few. But Throt is quite old by Skaven standards. And he also is very big on improving himself. So he has mutated himself a lot and experimented on himself, which has had some unfortunate results. The worst being that there is a Skaven trait known as the Black Hunger. And what the Black Hunger is that when Skaven have a really high metabolism. They have like an insane metabolism. And the good news about having a super high metabolism is that it allows them to move and react freakishly fast. Like, they process information much faster than humans do, which is why Skaven often seem like they have almost like superhuman speed. And many of them do have superhuman speed, like Queek Headtaker, Deathmaster Snitch. There are several Skaven characters who can move like so fast that they're like a blur from a human perspective. But what Throt did, what the Black Hunger is that the problem with having that super duper high metabolism is that if you make the mistake of overexerting yourself, it can cause a Skaven to enter what's known as the Black Hunger, where their stomach they haven't gone too long without eating food and they're burning calories too fast because of their metabolism. So their stomach will literally start to eat their body. So they'll start eating themselves alive from the inside, and it causes them to go into like this insane frenzy, this desperate, enraged madness to just tear apart anything they can find and shove it down their throat to just make the pain stop, because they're in agony. So what Throt did is Throt experimented on his own Black Hunger, but he fucked up. And what Throt did is, instead of like curing it or making it less bad, he made it worse. So Throt kicked up his own metabolism to such a fucking insane level that it gave him a good side and a bad side. The good side to Throt's uber metabolism is that his body regenerates, right? So like if you like stab Throt or you blow off a piece of his body or whatever, it'll immediately start putting itself back together. But that's because his metabolism is running so high that his body's just constantly repairing itself. The downside is that Throt is literally he is so hungry and his metabolism is so intense that he has to be eating 24/7. Like, always. If Throt stops eating, like if he finishes eating something and does not immediately start snacking on something else, the Black Hunger will start to literally eat him from the inside out. Like, his body will start trying to devour itself. So he's this gluttonous, horrid thing that is stuffing his face at all times, and most often results in him eating his own underlings. So he's constantly like eating the people around him, because it's like, especially when he's marching on the battlefield, it's not really feasible for them to necessarily have enough food for Throt to be eating the entire time he's on the march. So what he does is that he'll just like start eating people. Like he'll start killing and eating Skaven slaves, or he'll eat some packmaster that says something that annoys the shit out of him, or he'll kill and like eat a rat ogre. But he has to eat endlessly. And he's eating everything. Like, he's eating warpstone, he's eating basically anything he can get his hands on. He's almost a gourmand in a sense. Anyway, so that's Throt. And that's why the Warhammer 2 campaign revolves around the really hilarious concept of Throt finding out, like, really learning about Ariel, and coming to the conclusion that if he can eat a demigod who is basically imbued with the very sense of creation and life magic itself, that maybe, just maybe, that'll satisfy his hunger. Which, spoilers, it does if you beat the campaign. Anywho, so I'm gonna bounce. I'm gonna go ahead and post Don Fandango's Twitch channel in YouTube chat and send you on a raid if you're watching in my YouTube or my Twitch chat. Please tell him I said hello. He's playing Tarmacon, so you can go enjoy a Tarmacon campaign if you'd so like. I will be back here. I'll be back right here on my YouTube channel and my Twitch channel in 8 hours for Lorebeards. So today's episode is over Altdorf, the capital of the Empire. It should be really exciting. There's a lot of really cool shit to talk about Altdorf, from the colleges of magic to the gangs to the docks to the Imperial Palace to the Cathedral of Sigmar to the notes about the other cults to the founding of Altdorf to major wars or like sieges that have taken place, all sorts of fun shit. So I hope you all have a lovely day. And please tell Dawn I said hello, and I'll see you guys when I see you. Thank you, and see you in 8 hours. Take care. Bye. Why is the audio not working? What? Huh. Oh, did my headphones turn off? Weird. Alright, whatever.